Good morning, everyone. I'd like to thank all of you all for joining us on time, both online and offline. Um, Taking a moment to appreciate all our officers, our speakers, our veteran officers joining us, and students, of course. I believe that the past few days of this workshop have been extremely fruitful, and I believe that everyone who is joining us is taking away key learnings. And uh, without wasting any more time, I'd like to welcome Arnab sir, to welcome and felicitate everyone who's attending.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. Welcome back to day 4 of workshop number 2. As you are aware, it's a series of workshops that we are doing. The first workshop was from 6th of March to 10th of March on policy. We had diverse speakers coming from all over the world. As you all appreciate, the underwater domain awareness framework is definitely getting a lot more attention, not some, I would say, attention from across the stakeholders, the policymakers, the practitioners. And as you can see, the spectrum of participants here, there are a whole lot of people who are joining us, and also for the young students. I mean, they are the future. So, and this workshop from 13th is on technology intervention, but we've also requested speakers from strategic background and as well as from practitioners to give us a sense. So yesterday we had Commodore Soman Banerjee sir, who gave a larger perspective on the global order and some of the non-traditional threats and how they have a deeper impact on the underwater domain awareness framework. So without taking much time, I would request Commodore Soman Banerjee sir to kindly give an opening address and welcome Dr. David Brewster. Over to you, sir.
Dr. David Brewster, Honorable Director of Maritime Research Center, distinguished delegates and participants at the second workshop on Sagar Vision, a new perspective for UDA. Namaskar and good morning. His Excellency Prime Minister of Australia, Mr. Anthony Norman Albanese, assumed office on the 23rd May last year. And within a few months, that is on 3rd August 2022 to be precise, he ordered for a Defense Strategic Review or DSR. The last such DSR was done by Australia almost a decade back in 2012. The question is, from Australia's perspective, what are the perceived changed strategic scenarios or challenges today that it felt the need to alter its defense posture and force structure now? And what would be the right force structure in the region henceforth? On the 14th of February, that is last month, former Chief of Defense Forces, Air Chief Marshal Sir Angus Houston, is believed to have submitted the DSR to the Prime Minister. And I'm sure David would be able to provide us some insight of that, especially about the early induction of nuclear submarines by acquiring the Virginia-class SSNs from US. Another related question is that will the AUKUS be the balance of power in Indo-Pacific that Quad does not provide? In Australia's assessment, what will be the role of its partners towards the maritime security and underwater domain awareness in the IOR and Indo-Pacific? We are also aware that Australia has established comprehensive strategic partnership or CSPs with a number of countries in the Indo-Pacific, which include Malaysia, South Korea, India, Papua New Guinea, Indonesia, Singapore, and even China and ASEAN. With Japan, it has a special strategic partnership. So has Australia's inclusivity been in contradiction with the US exclusivity in the Indo-Pacific? But now that Australia-China relationship has unraveled, does it change Australia's strategic approach in the region? And does it raise questions about the ultimate value of these CSPs, or comprehensive strategic partnership? To answer these questions and more, we have none other than Dr. David Brewster joining us live from Australia. David needs no introduction. I have had the privilege of doing a Srivastava Foundation lecture in Tokyo with him in 2019. He's a senior research fellow with National Security College, Australia National University, where he works on the Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific Maritime Security. He's also a distinguished research fellow with the Australia-India Institute, University of Melbourne. He's a frequent speaker at the international security conferences and an erudite writer on Indian Ocean and Indo-Pacific. Dr. Brewster's books include India as an Asia-Pacific Power. His latest edited volume is India and China at Sea, Competition for Naval Dominance in the Indian Ocean. Good afternoon, David. It's still a morning in India, and over to you for your presentation.
Good morning to you and good morning to everyone. So look, thank you again very much for this opportunity to talk with my friends and colleagues in India. I'm only just back a week or so from Delhi, where I attended the Raisina conference, and in fact, as I'll talk about today, we're really on an incredible trajectory in terms of the Australia-India defence and security relationship, which I hope we can all take advantage of. So I'll roam a bit far and wide with my presentation today, if that's okay. I'll start with a bit of an overview of my own perspectives on recent geopolitical developments in the Indian Ocean, how that affects the major powers, the middle powers and the lesser powers, and then talk about what we've been seeing happening in the Australia and Australia-India defence and security relationships over the last decade or more. And then finally focus in a bit on maritime domain awareness and potentially how Australia and India can cooperate more in that space, including in underwater domain awareness. So let's start with the Indian Ocean overview. I suppose the key takeaway is that after some decades of US predominance, the Indian Ocean is becoming a much more complex, congested, and contested strategic space. And this is principally driven by major power competition, but it presents opportunities and challenges for everyone in the region. So starting with the United States, the US has been the predominant power in the Indian Ocean for more than 4 decades, and in my view is likely to remain the strongest power in the region for many years to come, even if its relative lead is diminishing. But there's still, at the same time, a lot of uncertainties about the US role in the region. The United States has long been focused on the Persian Gulf, although it does have other important interests in the Indian Ocean, including in securing the free flow of commerce and international. Overall, I suppose in my view, the Indian Ocean is a secondary area of priority for the United States compared with the Pacific, and it would prefer the Indian Ocean to be relatively stable, so that it doesn't really draw out any more defence resources than is as necessary. Defence resources which the United States would prefer to be focused on the Pacific. So this has a lot of implications for all of us, particularly in the Indian Ocean, including India and Australia, particularly to the extent that the United States has less and less dependence on Persian Gulf oil. So that will inevitably, in my view, mean less and less defence forces are devoted to the security of the Persian Gulf. And as I said, that has a lot of implications for both Australia and India, and the need for both Australia and India to enhance our cooperation. So that, in my view, the most important contest in the Indian Ocean we're likely to see in coming years is between India and China. India has long regarded the Indian Ocean as its principal domain, with aspirations to be recognised as the leading power within the region, with special security responsibilities across the region. And this is increasingly coming into conflict with China's presence. We've seen, obviously, over the last 10 years or more, we've seen a growing Chinese presence in the Indian Ocean, in terms, both in economic and military terms. China obviously has key imperatives to protect its sea lanes across the northern Indian Ocean, which are used for the transport of energy and goods. But China also has a growing presence, economic presence, in terms of ownership of assets and people in the region, which is also likely, in the long term at least, to continue to create imperatives for a growing Chinese military presence in the region. So the sharpest contest, I suppose, between major powers in the Indian Ocean is much more likely to be between India and China than between the United States and China. And this all has a lot of important implications for middle powers across the region, Australia included. I think the great majority of middle powers, whether they be Australia or France or Indonesia or others, would very much prefer to see a stable region, and a region with a relatively modest Chinese presence. And increasingly, I think that means that middle powers are going to play an important role in the Indian Ocean, whether they like it or not. Some, such as Australia or France, have long histories of activist foreign policies. Others, such as Indonesia or Bangladesh, for example, if we'd like to call Bangladesh a middle power, don't have those histories. But I think, in my view, they will be come under increasing pressure to take a more active role within the region. This also has significant implications for the many small and vulnerable countries within the Indian Ocean. They're going to become more and more the locations of contest between the major powers, and potentially destabilizing them both economically and politically. And we've seen some important examples of that in recent years in places like Maldives and Sri Lanka. And we're likely to see that happen, I think, much more so in coming decades. And that can place the small countries in quite difficult circumstances, and force them to make choices that perhaps they would prefer not to make, in terms of balancing between the major powers, or choosing one or other major power as principal partners. And we're seeing those sorts of problems and choices being faced by countries like Sri Lanka and Maldives, just to name some of them. So that's the sort of broad regional context, and from an Australian point of view, there's significant concerns about growing instability within the Indian Ocean. As I mentioned, historically, at least for 40 or 50 years, the United States has been the predominant power in the Indian Ocean. And from an Australian perspective, uh, uh, that would be the preference to continue, because it allows Australia to uh, invest less, I suppose, than it might otherwise have to invest in securing the stability of the region. But I think at the same time, there's a realization, and it has been for quite some years, that that situation can't and will not last, and that Australia has to play a much more active role within the Indian Ocean than it has historically played. So that's really the context of why some of the imperatives as to why the Australia-India partnership has developed so much over the last 10 years. I've been involved in the Australia-India security relationship probably for about 15 years or more, and I've seen the evolution of the relationship from circumstances where it seemed sometimes that misunderstandings and disagreements over various issues seemed to dominate the headlines, to a position now where there's really an extraordinarily high level of trust and understanding between the leadership of the two countries about each other's perspectives. Their perspectives may not always be exactly the same, as that's the case with any two countries, but there's very much a much closer understanding of each other and acceptance of each other's perspectives, whether they be very similar or there's some differences. And we certainly saw that in the recent G20 with the foreign minister, the meeting between the Quad foreign ministers, or the Quad Squad, as perhaps we're going to now start calling them, and Prime Minister Albanese's visit here, where I think Prime Minister Modi really rolled out the red carpet and indicated the great value that I think India now places on the Australia relationship. I think it's important in understanding the evolution of the Australia-India relationship. I think it's important to understand that, in fact, over the last 15 years or 10 years or even 5 years, how much the two countries have actually changed themselves. And they now approach each other with considerably, a great deal of sensitivity and maturity in their relationship. And I think this was a point which Foreign Minister Jaishankar made at the Rosina Dialogue a week or two ago, that Australia and India are not the same countries as they were 15 or even 5 years ago. We each have continued to evolve, and we each will continue to evolve. And some of the key examples of these evolution in perspectives over the last 15 years or so include Delhi's, some real developments in Delhi's view of the value of the United States, their role as a key stabilizing power in the Indo-Pacific, and the value of keeping the United States as engaged as possible in the Indo-Pacific, at least for the foreseeable future, as an essential part of the regional balance of power. There's also a growing recognition in Australia of the important leadership role that India plays in Indian Ocean security. So Indian initiatives such as SAGAR and the Indo-Pacific Oceans Initiative are just two important examples of India's important regional leadership role. And I picked those two examples because they're great examples of the soft power approaches that India often uses towards the region. We should, although sometimes the hard power gets the headlines, it's these softer power approaches that can be very effective in extending influence. And I think those two are great examples of that. At the same time, Australia is learning to work with what I might call non-traditional security partners around the Indo-Pacific. Those partners which you could say are somewhat outside its comfort zone, its usual comfort zone, and this would obviously India would very much head that list, but other countries such as Indonesia and Vietnam also provide examples of partners that Australia may not have worked with terribly closely with in the past, but are developing really quite valuable and constructive relationships as we go forward. And just as India regularly experiences Chinese coercion or aggression in the Himalayas, Australia has, over the last 3 years or so, experienced China's attempts to economically coerce or intimidate Australia. It's been really one of the most concerted attempts of Chinese economic coercion in the world. I think probably the most concerted and extended attempt. And it was driven by a few factors. It was driven by Australia's concerns about investments by Huawei in our backbone network. Australia was the first country to raise a red flag and say, no, we do not want Chinese companies investing in our network. It was driven by growing concerns about China's rather ham-fisted attempts to interfere in Australian domestic politics, which led, Australia was one of the first countries in the world to really adopt a whole suite of laws addressing foreign interference, not only China, but principally around China. And then Australia's calls in May 2020 for an independent inquiry into the origins of COVID. So all of these stances or positions or decisions by Australia triggered China to adopt a sweeping effort to economically coerce China through broad series of sanctions, limiting or prohibiting Australian exports to China of a whole range of products, whether it be coal or agricultural products, etc., etc. Now, luckily for Australia, and indeed I would argue for the whole region, what we've seen since 2018, 2019 is that Australia is far more resilient than many may have predicted. And in fact, Australia's coercion attempts have failed spectacularly. Australia has moved to diversify its economic relationships away from China, including to India, not only including India. and invest far more heavily in its defence capabilities. And so this has caused China in recent months to unilaterally step back or begin to step back from its sanctions against Australia when there was a realisation that these sanctions were actually doing far more harm to the Chinese economy than the Australian economy. In some ways, paradoxically, the Australian economy benefited from a number of these sanctions because they caused an increase, or they contributed to an increase in commodity prices, the sale prices for Australia's goods around the world. So all of these factors have contributed to an Australia-India defence and security relationship that's really unrecognisable compared to 10 years ago and even 5 years ago. And some highlights include really the Navy relationship, which has grown in scope and in depth, include in regular bilateral exercises as well as multilateral exercises such as Malabar. The relationship is also broadening across institutions and agencies and civil society, including the huge Indian diaspora in Australia. India is now the largest group of foreign-born people within Australia. And importantly, the bilateral relationship is now not owned by any particular person or political party. It's very broad. The ratification of the Australia-India Economic Cooperation and Trade Agreement in recent months has demonstrated that different approaches to promoting the economic relationship can work. Australia was really forced in the case of India to move beyond its standard approach to free trade agreements and deal with India in a very different way to the way that we've worked with key trading partners in East Asia, whether it be Japan or Korea or China, for example. India has its own very particular needs, and Australia has had to adapt its approach to those needs, and I think in a very successful way. I think after a long period, I think we're now going to see the Australia-India economic relationship really take off as it's never done before. So what needs to be done in the defence and security space between the two countries? I'll just name a few examples. First, the countries, in my view, need to work together to plug gaps in the regional security architecture, whether it be in the Indian Ocean or around the Pacific. There are significant gaps in regional cooperation that can leave smaller or developing countries really highly vulnerable to Chinese coercion. And I think Australia and India can play key roles in helping to organise the region, organise these countries to work together to strengthen their resilience against this coercion. And this is particularly the case with the small island states. India has a particularly long and important historical role with island states in the Indian Ocean, just as Australia has a leading role with many island states in the Pacific. And that's a good thing, but it also comes with limitations. So very often we're finding that some of these island states are pushing back against, say, what Australia might be proposing in the Pacific, and similarly with India in the Indian Ocean. And so I think that there are actually some interesting synergies with what Australia and India can do together with these island states. Australia taking a much more active role with some of the island states in the Indian Ocean where we don't have that history. And similarly, India playing a more active role with some of the Pacific island states where very frequently India's assistance and advice is greeted with open arms by these island states. And that's exactly why what we're going to be seeing with Prime Minister Modi's forthcoming visit to the Pacific in a few months' time, where he's going to be visiting, for example, Papua New Guinea, and a very important country to Australia, but also a country that will welcome a much closer relationship with India. Intelligence sharing. This is an area ripe for cooperation, if also one of the most difficult. So, as you may know, Australia has been a member of the Five Eyes intelligence sharing network with the United States, UK, Canada, and New Zealand, really for around 70 years now. So we're very well versed in the need and to share intelligence and the value of intelligence sharing. But in terms of bilateral sharing of intelligence between Australia and India, we're working from a pretty low base. There's massive potential and value for both countries in sharing intelligence across a range of issues, not just with in relation to China, but in respect of other countries around the region that maybe present threats to one or other of Australia, as well as in areas as counter-terrorism or transnational crime. And I'll come back to this point really in a minute or two, really in the specific context of maritime domain awareness, which really, when it boils down to it, involves intelligence sharing. Defence industry collaboration is another big missing piece of the puzzle. There's a lot of big opportunities for greater collaboration in defence tech, importantly, not just with an eye to sales of equipment, but also there's a lot of potential for joint projects. So, for example, we can be thinking about, on a bilateral basis, joint production of offshore patrol vessels, for example, or uncrewed surface or subsurface vehicles. In that context, I think there's going to be a lot of opportunities arising out of AUKUS. As you know, AUKUS is essentially a defence technology sharing arrangement between Australia, US, and UK. Pillar 1, which gets the most press, is sharing of nuclear propulsion technology for submarines. But Pillar 2, I think, is just as interesting and important. It's about sharing of capabilities and technology across a number of areas. I'll list them out, but it's in this Pillar 2 of AUKUS where I think the most opportunities to potentially jointly cooperate with India in coming years. And I should emphasise that the three countries, Australia, UK, and US, when they established AUKUS some 18 months ago, they emphasised that while the initial work would be between those three countries, they'd be very much open to working with other key regional partners such as Japan and India. But some of the key areas where AUKUS involves technology sharing include in undersea capabilities, including in autonomous underwater vehicles, quantum technologies, with an initial focus on the use of quantum for positioning, navigation, and timing, artificial intelligence and autonomy. Again, early work is focusing on adoption and improving the resilience of autonomous and AI-enabled systems in contested environments, advanced cyber, hypersonic and counter-hypersonic capabilities, electronic warfare, and information sharing. And that list is, I think, continuing to expand in terms of defence technology sharing between the three countries. And as I said, I think that's really a fruitful area for potential future collaboration with India. Let me finish with a few words about maritime domain awareness, which in my view is one of the most important potential areas for cooperation between Australia and India in terms of jointly managing our shared maritime domain in the Indian Ocean. The starting point is that the Indian Ocean is far too big for any single country to gain situational awareness, even in the United States. And this makes it essential for countries like Australia and India to work together to, I suppose, pool our situational awareness, if you like. And some key areas where the two countries can work together in the MDA space include firstly joining up the existing regional MDA systems, including the IOR IFC sponsored by India, the Singapore IFC, and the Western Indian Ocean IFC located in Madagascar. But it's not just about the physical regional fusion centres. It's also about cooperation, particularly in some of the very interesting web-based systems that bring in new types of satellite sensors and AI. And those web-based systems actually can be made easily available to some of the smaller countries in our region and is sort of in many ways suitable for their particular needs. I think Australia and India should also be working together to jointly develop the national capabilities, the national MDA capabilities of many of the smaller states in our region. Currently, they have very poor capabilities, both in terms of sensors, in terms of data fusion and analysis, and organisation between their various agencies that are involved in the maritime space. This is a point that I make frequently around the region. Developing regional information fusion centres is not a sufficient answer, because although they're very important and extremely useful, countries, all of our countries in our region, also want national MDA capabilities so that they can have a level of control over their own maritime spaces and have their own capabilities to do it. So that's an important point. I think Australia and India can work closely together to build a maritime aerial surveillance network right across the Indian Ocean. And this could, for example, involve common platforms such as the P8s, which are operated by India, Australia, and the United States and the UK. An important part of that would be the sharing of facilities between Australia and India and others. For example, the use of Darwin in Australia, the use of Australia's Cocos Islands, the use of India's relevant Indian airfields on the mainland of India, as well as in islands such as the Andaman and Nicobar Islands. The potential to work together with regional partners such as Sri Lanka and Maldives in terms of using their facilities, and certainly Australia's Australian P8s. We've seen Australian P8s going through Hambantota and Gan Island in Maldives in recent times. There's other key partners, France, certainly in the Western Indian Ocean, and the United States with its facilities at Diego Garcia and the Gulf. So I would argue that Australia and India can work together and really sponsor a regional network of maritime air surveillance for the purposes of MDA. And lastly, and certainly not least, is underwater domain awareness, which can involve the sharing of technologies and potentially even working together to develop regional undersea networks of the nature of the US-led fishhook system in Southeast Asia during the Cold War, but I believe a much more sophisticated regional UDA systems are potentially able to be built in the future. So I'll leave it at that for the moment. I'm happy to talk about the Australian new Australian thinking about our defence posture, including over AUKUS, or answer questions. What would you happy to do either in that regard. They're obviously very important developments in recent times. So would you like me to say a few words about it first, or would you?
Yeah. Please go ahead. Please go ahead. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. So I suppose in your introduction you mentioned that Australia's undergoing two processes pretty much at the same time. One is to undertaking a broader strategic review of Australia's posture and capabilities, and that's going to be released, publicly released next month. And within that, or parallel to that, is Australia's recent decisions about its future submarine fleet within the context of AUKUS. Now, the Defence Strategic Review is really prompted by a view by the former and current government that there has been a fundamental change in the strategic environment within the Indian Ocean over the last several years, in which China has really quite decisively moved towards challenging the various structures and norms that apply to the Indo-Pacific, and making a very significant challenge to the security of the region, including the security of Australia. And certainly the former Australian government sort of likened the position to the late 1930s, if you like, in the lead up to the unfortunate events of the Second World War. And that has really spurred, I suppose, the Australian government and indeed large sections of the community into action, into needing to significantly enhance Australia's deterrence capabilities. And that's across a whole range of capabilities, principally in the maritime domain, whether it be through the Navy or through the Air Force's contributions to the maritime domain. There's also a focus on long-range missile capabilities, both land-based and air-based and sea-based. So we'll see the results of that in around a month or so. but it's most likely going to lead to major enhancements in capabilities, significant increases in defence spending, and a further, I suppose, adjustment of spending between the three services. The great majority of spending is going to be focused on Navy, and then the Air Force, and spending on Army is likely to be quite significantly reduced as part of that review. The big news, and this has just really come out over the last few days, is Australia's decision about how to take forward its aspirations towards a nuclear-powered submarine fleet. Now, that was, a key part of the AUKUS arrangement between Australia, the United States, and the United Kingdom. Importantly, and this is not understood terribly well throughout the region, AUKUS is very much an Australian initiative. It was a decision taken by the former Australian government to seize the opportunity in early 2020, where Australia took the view that after many years of attempts, that now we could have the opportunity to access nuclear propulsion technology for submarines from both the United States and the United Kingdom for different reasons with those two countries. And since that announcement in September 2021, there was an 18-month assessment process to decide the specific way forward of how Australia would acquire this technology, and the official announcement was made only on Monday, and that is it's an extremely ambitious, some might say audacious plan. It's Australia's moonshot program, if you like, which will involve massive investments, and if it plays out as desired, will really catapult Australia's power projection capabilities to to a level far above what it currently has. So the announcement on Monday was that it's a sort of a multi-layered announcement that Fremantle, the naval base of Fremantle in Western Australia, would become the key site of a nuclear submarine capabilities, beginning in the 2020s with rotational deployments of US and UK SSNs. That would be followed in the 2030s by the acquisition of between 3 and 5 Virginia class nuclear powered SSNs as an interim measure, and then thereafter there would be the acquisition, it's not clear what number, but perhaps 8 or 10 jointly designed and jointly built SSNs between Australia and the United Kingdom, but using key elements of US nuclear technology, whether it be the nuclear propulsion units or combat systems, etc. So it's truly a decades-long partnership between the three countries in terms of nuclear-powered submarines, which, if it plays out as desired, as I said, will be a revolution in terms of Australian military power. The key objective is to deter China, and including through substantially complicating China's strategic calculations in the region, because suddenly it has to face not just what the United States may do in terms of its responses, and what India may do in terms of its responses, particularly in the Indian Ocean, but also introduce another player, Australia, in terms of its potential responses to Chinese actions, obviously in pursuance of its own national interests. So, in my view, if and when these capabilities come to pass, it provides the potential to substantially create a more stable region through really stepping up the deterrence against Chinese coercion or assertiveness right around the region. So, with that said, I'm happy to take any questions on any of that or any other issues that you might want to discuss.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. David. Questions from the audience?
Very good morning, sir. This is Captain Bhatia. First and foremost, thank you so much for such an informative and such a your expressing of your views over the Indo-Australia relationships and how we need to take this thing forward. My only question to you is, as you lies with so many countries in the Indian Ocean region, joining the underwater race, that is either acquiring the submarines or in the aspiration to acquire submarines. So slowly, gradually, if we see in decades to come, we will have lot many nations in the IOR who will be operating their submarines. So with so many nations and in this underwater domain, how do you see India and Australia together taking steps towards ensuring the stability in this particular region?
Yeah, well, look, I think that there's certainly a lot of opportunities for Australia and India to coordinate our efforts in the submarine space, including in conjunction with other key regional partners, whether they be the United States or France or Britain, for example, and others. That could, for example, involve loose understandings about geographic areas of responsibility, or allocating responsibilities by sort of non-geographic means in accordance with their own national capabilities. That's certainly not to suggest any formal alliance at all, but I think, in many ways, these informal understandings can be extremely effective. As we all know, the Indian Ocean and the Indo-Pacific is far too big for any single country to try and police or on its own. So, if nothing else, we have an absolute imperative to work together, and I would hope that we can arrive at some simple understandings about allocating responsibilities. You do this, will principally look after that, um, and that will limit, I suppose, the amount of money that we have to, each of our countries have to spend on those capabilities.
If I can add to that, Dr. David, we remember the recent accident of the USS Connecticut, and also a few years back on the Argentinian submarine that we lost at sea. Do you think there is a gap in the underwater domain awareness? Hardware is one aspect, but the soft acoustic capacity and capability building is another important issue. And you also in your talk mentioned about the lack of capacity and capability in this direction. So do you think there is a requirement? And also, as Captain Bhatia also mentioned, that there are so many countries, smaller countries getting into submarine deployment, and the submarine proliferation is going to become a major issue. And I'm a little more worried about the safety of these platforms. And now some of them are going to be nuclear powered. So what is your take on that?
Yeah. Well, I think you're exactly right, and safety is going to become a really a significant issue, particularly around the choke points used by submarines to transit key areas such as the Indonesian archipelago. And inevitably, I think the unfortunate inevitability is that we're going to see more and more accidents. I think Australia and India are two countries in the region that have some submarine or rescue capabilities. I'm sure that they are going to have to be improved. The ability to come in and assist regional partners on submarine accidents is going to be an important public good that countries like India and Australia can offer. In the recent submarine accident in Indonesia, we saw both India and Australia offering their assistance to Indonesian partners. Unfortunately, I think as although some countries will be developing the higher end and new capabilities, inevitably there will be a number of countries that are using second or third hand and older class submarines that are more likely to have these accidents. Indonesia was one example. I think they were using quite aged submarines, which inevitably are likely to, I think, to have more accidents. I suppose the good news is, at least for Australia, is that I don't think there's been any significant incidents involving US or UK nuclear propulsion technology. So that's hopefully good news. But that's not to say that there are other technologies that will be used in the region that may not be, subject to incidents. Frankly, I don't know the quality of China's nuclear propulsion technology. I suspect that it is some way behind and perhaps less safe than other technologies. We're also likely to see, I think, there's a significant chance, and this is, I suppose, looking forward some decades, that countries like Japan and Korea will field nuclear propelled submarines. And, I'm not in a position to talk about their levels of safety, but obviously it adds to the mix and to the risk of accidents. But you're absolutely right. It's going to become significant issue in terms of deconflicting submarines. I know that there's been some discussion of some measures in the choke points to try and deconflict submarine transits. I have to say I'm fairly skeptical that all of the relevant countries will agree to that because of the sensitivity of the technologies involved. But you may have I'd be interested to hear your views on that subject as well.
So, just to add on to that, do you think the India-Australia partnership could also, I mean, I think there is a lack of understanding of what the complexities are. I mean, it's good to own a submarine and deploy or try to deploy submarines, but the smaller countries would also. So do you think the Indo-Australia partnership can contribute towards sensitizing the whole Indian Ocean rim countries or the Indian Ocean countries about what they're getting into? And that's also going to be part of the capacity building. Because if we go into hard data collection, I think countries are going to be a little skeptical about the classified data that we're going to deal with. But I think starting with just sensitizing them on the whole underwater domain awareness, what it is and what are the challenges and what are the opportunities. And also, instead of front loading the security aspect, if we bring the larger public good aspect or the larger economic, blue economic opportunities, maybe it will be a little more easier to penetrate and probably look more inclusive in the region. Because you also mentioned that the smaller nations are always very, very skeptical. So do you think, and how do you think a workshop like this, I'm sure you had the opportunity to go through the workshop that we are conducting, and how do you see the role of such workshops? And this, we have done it on our own now, but I think there is merit in we coming together and taking it forward.
Yeah. Look, I think that's a really, really good point. As more and more countries in our region acquire submarines, whether it be Bangladesh or Indonesia or Thailand's aspirations, and I'm sure other countries, I think there's a lot of value in Australia and India and others, Japan, for example, in working together to, as you rightly say, sensitize these operators to some of the safety issues involved. And just using one example, and then we can use other examples too. It's one thing for India to be telling these sort of things to, say, Bangladesh. And as you know, there's always going to be some element of baggage in that relationship, which, will be present in anything that India might suggest to Bangladesh. It's a different thing if, say, for example, India and Australia and Japan, just as an example, say similar things to Bangladesh about sensitizing them to about their operations of Bangladesh as a public good. And I can use other examples as well that, countries in Southeast Asia, for example, might be a bit leery about if Australia suggests things to them. But us working together, I think, has a lot more credibility and legitimacy in working towards more safe practices in submarine operations, having regard to their own national sensitivities.
Thank you. Any more questions? From the online participants, if there are any questions?
I did see a couple of hands up, but I don't know what happened to them.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for this lovely presentation. I'm Commodore Soman Banerjee. One issue that is now coming up in Europe, which is the seabed warfare. And already a doctrine has been made by France, and UK has started to invest. Now we have a large number of submarine cables traversing through this area, and this is a commercial issue. And it could provide an opportunity to take our cooperation to the commercial domain and then use those sensors in the military domain. So your thought about that.
Yeah. Well, look, it's a massive area, and if I could call it not just protection of undersea cables, but protection of undersea infrastructure, whether it be communications cables or pipelines, or increasingly we're going to see the region crossed by electricity cables as well, because undersea electricity is going to become, you know, for many countries, a major source of their power needs. Where in Australia is, for example, there's a deal in Australia, the Sun, I think it's called the Sun Power Deal, in which you know, a significant proportion of Singapore's energy needs will be supplied from Northern Australia via undersea cable. So there's a whole range of infrastructure that's under there, underwater. We've seen numerous examples of potential likely interference in undersea infrastructure by state actors. For example, Russia, I think, has most likely interfered with telecommunications cables in Norway, Britain, France, in the Mediterranean. There's obviously the North Sea pipelines. We're still sort of trying to figure out what happened there, and I've seen just recent reports of Chinese interference with some telecommunications cables between Thailand and some of its outer islands. And I'm sure there's a lot of other examples as well. So, look, this is not new. Submarine cable warfare has been going on since at least 1914, as far as I understand. But I suppose what's new is the level of reliance by countries upon these cables for communications and energy, and whether it be through gas or electricity, for example. So I think it's essential that countries like Australia and India and others who are active in the Indian Ocean, I'd name Britain and France, for example, to start working together to develop contingency plans about how to protect and respond to incidents. And inevitably, the private sector is going to play a major role in all of that, given that it's the private sector that owns the cable laying and maintenance vessels. So unfortunately, the capacity is very limited capacity in those vessels, and so it only takes one or two incidents to take available vessels out of action. So we need to be making serious contingency plans about getting priority access to those maintenance vessels in order to respond to major incidents. In addition to that is the legal aspect. One is the lack of laws in terms of protecting cables in the near littoral areas where interference is most likely to occur. But also there's a lot of holes in laws in terms of the consequences or prohibitions on states interfering with cables on the high seas or under the high seas. So there's a whole range of potential cooperation between us, India and Australia, and our other key players in this space.
Thank you. So I'll request Commodore Soman Banerjee, sir, to kindly conclude, give the concluding remarks.
We just heard a fabulous presentation on the India-Australia cooperation, and I'm sure you would have hoisted that the the trajectory that we are headed was a lot of it was not known, and especially Dr. Brewster speaks from his privileged position of representing Australia in many forums, and recently he has attended some forums here in India. So therefore, we were quite lucky to know about this. Also, he has given us a few way aheads as to how India and Australia can become security actor in the Indian Ocean region. There are many gaps. There are gaps which the smaller countries cannot manage, and also the conflicts that will take place when new submarines and few more submarines enter this area. So that was an insightful lecture and speech, and we are really grateful to Dr. Brewster. He also highlighted the role that Sagar and IPOI is playing, especially from the soft domain, which has an impact on the smaller nations because they are looking at their immediate issues of non-traditional security threats. And then he brought out how resilient was Australia in stemming the sanctions that China put on them. And therefore, this clearly brings out that sanctions are not always effective against countries. Countries find way to grow around that. And really, Australia has shown us the way. So thank you so much, Dr. Brewster, once again for a beautiful lecture. And I would request the audience to kindly give him a loud applause. Thank you.
And thank you very much, sir. It's always a great pleasure to be talking with my friends in India, and best wishes for the remainder of your workshop.
Thank you, Dr. Brewster. We'll continue our dialogue, and the paper that I'm supposed to send you, I think the workshop slowed me down a little bit, but very soon it'll come to you.
Okay, I'm looking forward to it. Thank you very much.
Thank you
Bye.
so much.
Bye.
Good morning, everyone, once again. Hope you all are refreshed. We've had a wonderful session in the morning, and we will now be proceeding ahead with a session that we have planned ahead. I will like to invite Mr. Arnav Das to come and give a brief introduction about our next speaker, who's going to enlighten us and give us a little more insight into the UDA. Thank you.
Thank you. We have a very special guest. I think today is a very, very important day. In the morning, we had Dr. David Brewster from Australia. He has been a maritime strategist, maritime security strategist for a long time, very well regarded. He has been driving the Indo-Australian Maritime Strategic Partnership for a while now. So he gave a larger perspective on the Indo-Pacific, Indian Ocean, and also the Indo-Australian relations, and how the specific strategic decisions globally have impacted this region. Now we have a very important speaker, Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare, sir. I've known sir for a while now. He has been extremely kind to us, and he has really encouraged us for our efforts in taking the UDA forward. Sir was the Director General Military Intelligence. Post-retirement from the Indian Army, sir took over as the military advisor to the National Security Advisor. Post that, now sir is the advisor to the Ministry of Defense on high-level security matters. Sir has been part of larger decision-making at the apex level in the country. And I thought no better person than sir to give us a larger picture. And I would also like to inform the audience that we have Ambassador Raj Srivastava joining us from Croatia after lunch today. He'll be talking about the larger European Union push for the Indo-Pacific and how the bilateral and the multilateral relations have an implication in the larger geopolitics and geostrategy. And General Khandare, sir, over to you, please.
Jai Hind, everyone, and thank you, Arnav, for a gracious introduction. I would like to start by complimenting MRC and all those people who are involved with MRC in trying to awaken the conscience and awaken the attention of everyone who's into the security sector. Interestingly, maritime domain does not only stop at security sector, it is intimately linked with the growth part. So the topic given to me is related to national security challenges, and that does not stop only at the maritime domain. So I'm going to talk about a larger issue, that is the national security challenges, of which obviously maritime domain is one of the most important part. When we look at national security challenges, there are two issues which have to go hand in hand. They are complementary to each other. One is the security and second is the growth. We've learned from our history, and that is why we have to balance ourselves well between growth and security. When we talk of blue economy, obviously there is a large amount of growth into that. But unless we keep our sea lanes of communication secure, all types of security which challenge us will be compromised. Take an example. When we talk of national security, we are looking at national security for ensuring national power becomes supreme. And for national power, there is none better than Chanakya or Kautilya, who had mentioned the Saptang theory of state. And what he mentioned was the entire theory of Saptang flows out of Shakti, the concept of Shakti or power. And that's exactly what the Western thinkers also mentioned, that they're talking of power. So this, in our case, had happened 300 some BC. So India is a civilizational state with lots of wisdom, and how a country or a nation has to function, the theories, the concepts, the elements of power was outlined right in those days. So I want to come back to inform you that when we look at comprehensive national power and comprehensive national security, that is where we start addressing the national security challenges. National security challenges can be discussed under various heads, whether they are internal, whether they are external, whether they are military, non-military, whether they are contact, non-contact, traditional, non-traditional. There are various ways of looking at national security challenge. The end result being that our comprehensive national power has to be safeguarded. Now, when I start explaining these internal and external, actually speaking, everyone knows. But I want to highlight here, for the past few years, there has been a lot of debate when one of our the CDS mentioned that we are facing a 2.5 front security challenge. What does that mean? Some people talk of security challenges in terms of front as a geographical front. There is another thought process. When the geographical challenge extends to land as well as maritime domain, then in that case, the adversary could be considered as one front. In our case, we clearly have two identified adversaries, at least now, because of their own activities. So China and Pakistan are identified. But does it mean that there are no other adversaries for us? No, not necessarily true. In statecraft, we have to start thinking of those people who project themselves as friends, but may be adversaries. Now, what do I mean by that? You look since 1947-48. India has been facing severe threats and security challenges from the West, what happened in 1947-48. Then in 1962, what happened from the northern borders? 1965, when Pakistan thought that India has a weak political and weak military leadership because of her 1962 debacle, they jumped in and they tried to take away Kashmir from us using a particular operation because of which it appeared that the Kashmiris wanted to separate from us. It didn't happen. 1971 and then Kargil. In this entire history or the journey that we have had in the last 75 years, I don't think we can say that there have been permanent friends or permanent enemies. People have been swinging along the pendulum in this entire spectrum. Sometimes they have been giving us aid, sometimes they have not been giving us aid. In fact, when I start talking of comprehensive national security, I will tell you, initially we inherited the British inventory of arms, weapons, ammunition, ships, planes. The Americans tried to step in during 1962, but 65 onwards, 71, they obviously were not our friends. So this proves a point that while they may have an agenda now, but India as a country should be very clear that for its own strategic autonomy, we have to be independent and we have to be capable of taking care of our own national security interests. So that is where, again, I want to bring you to the Saptang theory of Chanakya, in which he mentioned very clearly that any state would have certain elements to look at. And in that, he says it's like a human body. The head, that is, he says the ruler, which means he calls it the Swami. The head is the Swami or the ruler, who decides on everything that is required by the state for its growth and its security. The second one, he says the king or the ruler himself cannot do everything on his own. So he would require council of ministers, that is Amatya. The next part he mentions is there would be requirement of the rule of law and the people whose welfare is most important. And this is the same thing which is mentioned in our constitution as well. So you have Janpad. Then you have infrastructure, which is clubbed under Durga. Then you have Kosh or treasury, that is economics. Then you have Dand, that is the military, and Mitra, that is the friend. And when he says Mitra, he's talking of diplomatic relations. So now you look at how well Kautilya had summed it up. And if you put everything under these 7 heads for national security challenges, you'll realize that external things have been very beautifully covered. So let's see, when we looked at 2.5 front, and let's now consider 2.5 front not purely on geographical front, but from the adversarial front. So identified adversary China has been creating problems along the land borders and showing tremendous amount of interest, exploratory interest in the maritime domain. Along the maritime front, the August gathering there at MRC is fully aware of what China has been aiming at in terms of South China Sea, East China Sea, East Sea, and what are the ambitions of China in the Indo-Pacific region. And as a result of the 9-line activism, you certainly find the rest of the world shifting its attention from West Asia to Southeast and East Asia. the artificial islands, the militarization of those, the kind of forays that have been made in the Indian Ocean region, taking advantage of the piracy threat and trying to pose as the benefactor of the world trade. There have been a lot of activities which have taken place, and the combined maritime force, the anti-piracy activities in which China has been positioning its 3 to 4 ships at any point in time. And here is the point that China and Pakistan are both colluding in the maritime area. In the combined maritime force, which is a congregation of about 34 nations, Pakistan has been extremely active. In fact, out of the combined task forces, the 4 of those which are for Arabian Sea, out of Arabian Sea, Red Sea, and for anti-piracy task force, Pakistan has singular interest in the area outside Arabian Sea, and it actually highlights the concern of India, and it should highlight the concern of the world also, that in one case, the combined task force, Pakistan has headed that task force 12 times, which is the highest. Why would any country want to take so much of interest? Obviously, there is a lot that Pakistan wants to protect, wants to conceal. The area of this CTF goes right up to the east coast of Africa, and we all know the drug trade that happens. And that is that non-traditional threat, which is the non-contact and non-military threat. The entire drug trade, which emanates from north of Pakistan through Pakistan and thereafter, it moves all along and goes right up to the African coast. So we have on one hand, traditional threats coming from China, and traditional threats also getting increased manifold because of the collusivity between China and Pakistan navies, and also the non-traditional threat in which the rest of the world possibly is not as aware. We've been bringing it out many times. In fact, another problem that gets highlighted on the military front here is the way the American forces are deployed and the way they have their jurisdiction cut out, where the Pacific Command or the Indo-Pacific Command as it is known today looks after the area or the complete expanse, and it stops at shores. And the Central Command, it takes on the Pakistan portion. And obviously, we have concerns there. We have to engage with both. And so far, the Americans have been reluctant. But now there is a change. They seem to have agreed with our viewpoint, and they want to give attention to our recommendation that India should be engaged with Indo-Pacific Command as well as the Central Command. Most of our problems, which are internal in nature, also emanate from this kind of collusivity, and the sleeper cells get activated, NGOs get activated. So when I talk of security, people feel that physical security or territorial security is the only thing. It is not so. It may have happened so far in most of our conflict, but it is not entirely true. When our Honorable Prime Minister or Honorable Raksha Mantri mentioned that we won't give an inch of our territory, it actually implies in all domains. It is a kind of way of expression that we will not give an inch of our territory. And our challenges lie at sea, on land, in air, in space, in cyber domain, in information space, in the chemical and biological area. So the entire gamut of things comprise national security. Now, when we talk of various domains of security, a nation can protect itself only once it is economically secure. So we have instances of cyber being used to damage our critical infrastructure, to damage our economic hubs. Simultaneously, kinetic means have also been used to damage our credibility of being a secure nation so that our investments do not come from abroad. So our biggest security challenge lies in the economic field so that we can keep progressing towards the goal given by Honorable Prime Minister, that is the 5 trillion economy which we should be achieving by 2025, despite what we had gone through in COVID. So economic security is extremely important. And where do we all fit in? We all have to contribute towards the economy. Otherwise, we will not be able to spend or utilize our funds for strengthening our kinetic and non-kinetic means of ensuring security. So very briefly, I touched upon the economics part of it. Let me come to the second part of security challenges, that is the political security. There's a difference between a democracy and an autocracy. China is an autocracy where Xi Jinping gets tenures after tenures the way he wants. In a democracy, every 5 years there are elections. People look at how the government has impacted their life. Every citizen may not be as well informed about how security ensures their well-being. In a simplistic tone, they mention, this is the job of the state, so I'm not going to think of it. My concern is how well my family is looked after, how well am I looked after. So that's the reality for a democracy. But for an autocracy, it is not so. So that is the variation, that political security and continuity of a regime is extremely important. If the people are not happy, obviously they'll vote them out. So it's a question of how stable the political governance is, how stable the administrative governance is, how stable the security governance is. And all that put together brings in political security. To our west, Pakistan has never had a prime minister who's completed 5 years of his tenure or her tenure. And when you have in your neighborhood political turbulence and turmoil, it impacts the political security of our country as well. Whether they are in the form of refugees or displaced people who move in from Myanmar in the form of Rohingyas through Bangladesh, or whether they are people who might move into India because Pakistan is in a very bad state. So all that put together puts the government in power in a dilemma as to what should be the legal position, what should be the policy that has to be made so that the turbulent neighborhood does not encroach onto your economic security and also your internal security. So that's something which is extremely important, and that's where consensus is required among the political parties as well as among the people who actually drive the political parties to ensure that we look after our political security. You know, there is one more part which is the human resource security. Just to say that we are a 1.3 or a 1.4 billion population doesn't mean that we are strong. There has to be an excellent balance between the quantitative and the qualitative human resource. And we have to be agile and progressive in bringing qualitative change in our human resource. The government has been doing a lot in trying to modify as per the requirement of the current economic, political, industrial situation, how to bring the human resource at par with what is the requirement. The national education policy has been brought in. That will take care of a few years. Thereafter, again, we'll have to move ahead. The current day environment in industry or economy pays less emphasis on degree holders, but pays more emphasis on skilled people. And that is what a realization has come in, at least in the private sector. Private sector is more agile than the public sector, and they know that if they want their money's worth, they would look at the degree in the end, but they would want to see how skilled people can contribute to furtherance of their business interests. And furtherance of any business interest, whether it is in private or public sector, is an national interest. So we have to look at our human resource security with equal degree of importance, whether they are at the lowest level of the ladder as blue-collared workers, or they are at the highest level of science and technology, with research and development being the most important ask of the country. Moving ahead, the security challenge of food and agriculture security is extremely important as well. And here the maritime blue economy part is extremely important. But I'll take everything together. I have been quoting very often the example of 1965 when Lal Bahadur Shastri had to go public. And on All India Radio, he announced that the country does not have enough food. And we would like to ensure that our soldiers, that is Jai Jawan, when he said that they would have enough to eat when they fight. And he mentioned that because we are dependent on America for food, or Europe for food, Australia for food, and they are not willing to supply. So he said, okay, he as the Prime Minister would have only one meal a day, and he urged the people that if people could fast once a week, and as good our civilization is, the entire country decided to have one meal a day and also a fast once a week. But that's something where it's proud to be a nationalist, but it's definitely not proud to have such kind of a crisis when kinetic forces are knocking on your door. So after that, we went in and strengthened our food and agricultural security. I definitely am saying both together because food is food and agriculture is, other than food, where your economy like cotton, jute, all these things are grown. Now, why did we land up in such a bad situation immediately after independence is something our researchers should be focusing on. I hail from an area in Vidarbha, and a lot of people are quite judgmental in saying that, agriculture in Vidarbha is very bad and people commit suicide. Such things don't happen in a day. The Britishers had brought cash crops, whether it was in the form of indigo, opium, or cotton, and they had looked at those areas which could give them a lot of cash crop. And they converted the cash crops as raw material for the industrial revolution which they were getting into in Europe. So they wanted from India. They had done a lot where for sugarcane growing, they had taken away huge groups of Indian people in 1850 onwards, known as the indentured labor. And the indentured labor was actually a very polite way of saying that slavery has been stopped. And we have Indians who are in South Africa, they are in West Indies, they are in East Indies, Mauritius, and those are the people who had gone to grow sugarcane. In Vidarbha, it was cotton. Those of you who belong to that place, please see. Even today on the internet, there is Shakuntala Railway. And that was initially started to carry this cotton away from Vidarbha And it was not for our good, or what is said that the Britishers gave us railways, so they gave us an identity and a unity. Definitely not. In fact, about 6 of those bogies used to be for carrying cotton and 2 used to be for passengers. Out of those 2, one used to be for the Gora Sahib and second for his followers. So that's something for us to understand, that in those days, our food security was good because we were growing jowar, we were growing tur dal, we were growing chilies, onion, groundnuts. That's all that we needed. But we shifted because of this lure of cotton and easy money or fast money. And thereafter, in any case, from Manchester, the cloth came and that is what we wore. So again, we bought. It's not that we got anything on concessional rates. So a nation has to look at the qualitative agriculture, the balance in agriculture between essential crops and cash crops. If we see in a particular season that there is a good rate available to the farmers for one particular type of crop and the entire farmer community moves towards that crop, the next year the demand and supply brings it down. So when I'm talking of security here, I'm talking of every citizen has to take interest in this and look at how our growth pattern goes hand in hand with different facets of security. The term black cotton soil was given by the British. It was not known to us. We had never thought of that. So the white man's burden of trying to civilize us has been one of the most important curses that we have in Britain. Let me move on to water and energy. Energy, everyone knows, we are on fossil fuel. We are not so well blessed as the West Asian countries or as Venezuela or as USA or Russia. They are blessed with the kind of fossil fuels they have, whether in the form of what comes to us from West Asia or what has made USA self-sufficient, that is shale. Initially, shale was costly, but now they have come to a very good state, and because of that, it realizes that it is self-sufficient. It doesn't need West Asia as much. Since World War II, they have been the beneficiaries of the petrodollar, kind courtesy the House of South. But now it appears that USA, when it started these engagements and it was focusing on America first, that is when the other nations started stepping in. And now the Russia-Ukraine war has very clearly shown that any nation which is blessed with oil and natural gas can weaponize it and use it as a leverage. And that's what Russia has done. The equations between oil producing nations and consumers have shifted and changed. India has been one of the favored nations by Russia, and India has seen its own interest. Russia and China, or rather India and China, have been buying oil from Russia at favorable terms because that's what lies in our national interest. But such situations are dynamic, volatile. They would change. So that is the reason you find the government of India going in a big way looking at renewable or alternative sources of energy. This is also where Indians as citizens have to do their duty. And that's what Honorable Prime Minister has been mentioning, that it is our kartavya. From Red Fort on 15th August, he had mentioned 5 fronts, and out of that, one was about duty. So if we are able to conserve our energy, if we are able to contribute towards new forms of energy, it will help. But invariably, there is an internal dimension to it, and you find suddenly, and they don't want alternate sources of energy to come in. We have had plenty of such projects where there have been time delays, cost overruns, at times even giving up, at times so much of trouble that the government's attention gets drawn elsewhere. So energy security is again something important for us, and particularly so the kind of infrastructure with which MORTH under Honorable Minister Nitin Gadkari has done, he's done wonders. The kind of movement of transport at the optimum speed also ensures conservation of fuel wastages. So that is again very important. We have a lot to do. Everything moving on road or rail is fine, but I think we need to work on waterways also, because whatever moves on along the water, whether it is in seas or whether it is inland waterways, the cost goes down by about 1/12. So the if it is 1/12, obviously that same money is meant for us to utilize. So even in energy sector, whether it is electric vehicles, whether it is solar energy, whether it is wind energy, so all that put together, we will have to work more towards energy security. Another important issue is technological security. We've been reliant on many nations. It's not that we've only been reliant on USSR, erstwhile USSR, and now Russia. We've been reliant on many European countries as well. Whatever be the reason, I think there is a realization now, and it's not only India's realization, the whole world has realized that globalization, as we had dreamt of it, has not worked. There is an increasing move towards disengagement. But how do you disengage when you are entangled? So you have to start working towards your own solutions for your own challenges, customize it in a manner that we find solutions to our technological deficit or differential. Especially so in the maritime sector, and especially where MRC works, the UDA, we have a lot of deficiency, technological deficiency, whether it is in terms of sensors, whether it is in terms of data. We can keep talking of AI, but unless you have data which is harmonized, which can be used by the AI engine, an AI task force would remain only cosmetic. So when we are looking at technological security, let's look at quantum, let's look at AI, let's look at data. I'm deliberately mentioning data again and again. I will give you an explanation for this. Data is available with every particular organ, entity, institution, department, ministry. Is that AI ready? If it is not AI ready, that by itself is a security challenge, because you will still be subservient to those people who will come from abroad, give you an AI engine and demand your data, and thereafter the data is theirs. So we need to work extremely hard towards getting our data ready for AI. Are our educational institutions ready to handle this technological differential making up exercise? I don't think so. A few here and there, few gladiators may be good enough, but is that how the entire expanse of Indian landmass and maritime domain, is it enough? No, there is a lot that needs to be done. Is the military geared up to handle the technological deficit? We need to work towards that a lot. The industrial capacity. The industrial capacity is also something which dictates security of a nation. You look at China, the way they are churning out ships at the rate at which present naval chief had highlighted this, that look at the speed at which they are building ships and look at the speed at which India is building ships. Why industrial capacity? You look at even our civil shipping. We don't have as many ships as we would actually expect India to have. Whether they are Indian flag bearers, whether they are foreign-owned ships flying Indian flag, but ultimately, unless you have your own civil shipping fleet, you would always be dependent on those countries which could well divert your shipping when crisis happens. That is a security challenge. We need to work very hard towards getting our civil shipping fleet in place. There is some research work which has happened on what kind of rerouting of shipping would be required in case of a conflict. So the government is quite well aware and they are working towards that. But the industrial capacity to build more ships will only happen when there is a market. So in the maritime domain, there is a market available. There is interest that has to be generated amongst the entrepreneurs, amongst the big companies to come and invest, whether they are foreign partners who come for joint ventures or whether they are Indian industrialists who want to contribute towards enhancing our capability for civil shipping. Let me take you to another interesting part, which is about the environmental security. And here, there are certain issues which we must look at. Major powers or so-called superpowers have always indulged in modification of weather. Americans did it in Vietnam. Germany was wanting to do it around World War II. It did not get a chance or whatever happened, but they did not do it. Cloud seeding is also considered to be weather modification, but if cloud seeding is required for ensuring your food, water, agriculture security, maybe within constraints, maybe within limits, it would be acceptable. But if countries start getting into research and development to divert monsoons or moisture from the atmosphere, then that is a serious business. A few years back, a moved buoy, BUOY, was adrift and it reached a particular place and Indian Navy recovered it. It was a Chinese buoy. What was it doing in Bay of Bengal? It was studying monsoon patterns. Very innocent way of saying monsoon patterns, but if any country which had interest in monsoon patterns to be studied, it should have been Sri Lanka, India, Myanmar, Nepal, Bhutan, I think Bangladesh. But when you start looking at it and you start connecting the data points and the dots, there is a research and development project which is undergoing in China. It is called River in the Sky. You can Google it, you'll find it. They are working towards shifting atmosphere, the moisture from the atmosphere to the water stressed areas of Tibet, Xinjiang, going towards Mongolia also. And how do they do it? They are doing research on that. And maybe the pattern of monsoon being studied is also linked to that. Chinese have been extremely active in Indian Ocean region, particularly in Bay of Bengal, doing a lot of hydrographic survey with the help of nations which have helped them, whether it is Sri Lanka, whether it is Myanmar. What kind of data has been taken? What is the purpose of this hydrological survey? We all can make some wise guesses. Whether they are looking for areas where submarines can be positioned. Are they looking at some other thing? That's something which we have to keep looking at, pondering over it and keep thinking. The normal excuse given is that they are looking for treasures which would have sunk long time back when the Chinese traders used to come along these shipping lines. Okay, fine, they can say that, but we need to have strategic thinking in trying to find out whether what they are saying is believable, credible, or we need to go beyond that. We haven't been doing this kind of survey in their areas along the East Coast, but obviously Chinese interest is here to activate the Indian Ocean region and various terms of encirclement, string of pearls, all that put together, we have to look at hydrographic surveys also from the same pattern. They have been moving ships in this area which monitor activity when satellites are launched in space. Those are special ships, and what all do they monitor is a cause of concern for us as well. At any point in time, Chinese have a certain segment of vessels deployed in the Indian Ocean region, whether under the garb of outgoing piracy task force, anti-piracy task force, incoming anti-piracy task force, ships which are moving around for monitoring space events, ships which are around for monitoring hydrological survey. All these things put together must make us sit up and think of our security concerns. The kind of activity which is going on in the weather modification department is again a cause of concern for us, because dams are being built up on Brahmaputra, that water and electricity is to be shifted again to the areas which I mentioned. Indus Water Treaty, which we have asked Pakistan to review, it's a bilateral agreement. We have no bilateral agreement with China for Brahmaputra River or Indus or Satluj. In 1960, we went in for the Indus Water Treaty, and that Indus Water Treaty, by normal standards, is the most generous treaty for Pakistan. 80% of that water goes there, 20% is with us. We have been quite naive and innocent in negotiating there. And now is the call when we find our population, we need water for our growth. So that is the time we are looking for reviewing that. But even if we don't review, out of that 20% which we are supposed to get, we are not fully utilizing that. That is an internal fault. And that is where I again say that when we look at our security challenges, this is also something which is of negligence, that we've not been able to utilize our own share of water. And we've allowed it to go to Pakistan, which has used that water to become strong or rich, and then utilize that same money against us. A lot of cotton is grown with the water which comes from Indus, and it meets Kabul River near Attak. And that cotton is then sold to Bangladesh. In the last few years, it has been in a bad state, but otherwise, Bangladesh cotton industry fabric industry was working on the cotton which used to go from Pakistan. Now, if we are able to handle our own share, this is what Honorable Prime Minister Modi said after the Uri attack in 2016, that let's use our own water, let's reduce our internal frictions between Punjab, Haryana, Rajasthan for water sharing, and let's keep our people happy by increasing the acreage of agricultural production. So that is one thing. If we are able to get hold of our water requirement from what is entitled to us, then our other forms of security also become important. So dual use canals are something which are good for defense as well as good for irrigation, daily use. So we need to bring in civil military fusion in every field, and you'll find that China has done well on that. USA also does well in that. But in our case, when we look at silos, that civil is civil and military is military, it doesn't work. The national resources get pushed to the extreme, and that is the reason that we feel that civil military fusion is the way forward to meet our growth requirements as well as our security requirements. I want to touch a few points about our military capability differential, and also certain new domains that we have been talking of is space, cyber, information, and chemical and biological warfare. Very briefly on this, the military differential with China has been increasing over the years because of resource constraint with India. We have a tremendous deficit in the maritime as well as in the aerospace domain. You look at how our Indian Air Force fleet has been dwindling from 39 squadrons. It has now reached about 30 squadrons. You look at the kind of disparity between our Indian Navy and Chinese military and Chinese Navy, and if Chinese Navy and Pakistan Navy are put together, there is another problem. They are colluding, and it's not only related to hardware. They have been carrying out exercises. Chinese PLA Air Force and Pakistan Air Force have been carrying out exercise Shaheen. 9 exercises held. The 9th exercise, particularly which I am mentioning, was held in Sindh at Bolari. Why Sindh? Why Bolari? And that is a cause of concern, because from there, when they operate together, they are able to cover the maritime domain right up to Gwadar. So that's something which is a cause of concern for us. That is the entire coastline, Makaran coastline, and even to the Indian ports, it is a cause of concern. We've been monitoring this exercise Shine for a very long time, and we've been noticing the kind of movement from jointness right up to the integration level. And that is where there is a differential, as it is between us and China, and then adding the collusive part, it gets compounded. The submarine part, the underwater capability, again, we have a deficit as compared to China. Pitched against Pakistan, so far it is not much. They have the Augusta class submarine, Augusta 70, Augusta 90. Not more than 3 are functional at any time. They are doing the level best to get these platforms upgraded, utilizing the European interest. It is only when Indian diplomacy and Indian military, where they moved proactively, that they were able to tell the European firms that, look, this kind of upgrades will not work, because this is going to upset the peace and tranquility in this region. So that Augusta class is out of question. But now we know for sure that Chinese submarines are coming to Karachi or to Ormara, to Pasni, wherever, and they're going to use that. The VLF station for communication with submarines is already there in Pakistan, which has been created by China. It will be functional. And obviously, the submarines which Chinese use and the Pakistanis use will be using this VLF communication station, which is a massive infrastructure that the Chinese have set up. The underwater domain awareness, we have geographical advantage of choke points. What we need to speed up is the sensors that have to be put on the seabed or at these choke points and also along our deep water channels, so that our assets are kept safe. You know, a very innocent person could say it's not difficult. It is difficult. This technology of having unmanned underwater sensors is extremely complicated. The Americans and the Japanese have it along those channels on the East Sea, that is known as the fish hook. So when we have now started looking at Quad, our ask is for technology from the Americans, technology from Japanese, and a lot of collaboration, so that foreign direct investment for joint ventures along the Atmanirbhar route, as also the technological upgrades that we need. And that would be something beneficial in case Quad has to be energized. So India is very clear that when we want to become responsible people who ensure security, we do not forget what our Honorable Minister said, the vision for Sagar, that it is meant for growth. It is meant for everyone to utilize these resources. Unlike what China has been doing, that they have been pushing these local interests aside and capturing every possible territory or asset, whether it is underwater assets or whether it is on land assets. So we are very clear that while we do Sagar, we do a lot of HADR missions, humanitarian assistance and disaster relief, in which Navy comes out always as the winner, and Air Force also helps them a lot. And whenever there is requirement of boots on ground, as it happened in Turkey, to have the army also pitching in. Our medical people are extremely good, and that is where that Mitra, which Chanakya has mentioned, that our diplomatic relation utilizing the Dand, that is the military, and Kosh, that is the funding. So we have always looked at it in that particular comprehensive manner. I have tried to cover as much as I could, but it's a vast topic, something which cannot be completed in 1 hour. I have 10 minutes left. I think I will stop here and leave it open for any questions, if there are any. And if there are no questions, please do let me know. Jai Hind and thank you.
Indeed, very comprehensive and inclusive, I would say, presentation lecture by you, and couldn't have come from anybody other than you, sir. The advantage that you have of being part of the very high level decision making in the country. I'll open it for questions. Any questions?
So I'm Komodo Soban Banerjee, and the question I have is that whilst we have been engaged in Sagar and we have been engaged in Maitri, we have been engaged in Dost, but when we study the Indian Ocean region, we see that India needs to do little more in terms of becoming a security actor in the Indian Ocean region itself. For example, in Horn of Africa, there are almost every country has bases. India does not have a base. It is an UN miss, and that's all. Similarly, in the Gulf, we have the JCPOA. There are P5 members, part of the JCPOA and Germany, but India is not. In the Bay of Bengal, we have all the countries, but BIMSTEC does not have a security architecture as such to handle any kind of threat we are left on our own to handle, sir. So I'm sure, sir, the security apparatus of India is already engaged in doing this, but if you could throw us some light and educate us on this. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Kumar Banerjee, your point is very right. We need to do more. Nobody ever would say that we are doing enough. We need to do more. There's a very careful balance which we need to strike and a sequence that we need to follow. An example is, if we need to do more, we need more resources. Those resources are at the cost of something else. A very ambitious project which the Prime Minister started, where he said, let's get to a 5 trillion economy, was when we were actually at barely 2.5 trillion, which means he gave us a kind of a vision and also tasked us to double our economy, to go from 2.5 to 5 trillion economy. And that is the kind of resource generation that he has pushed us into. We always keep asking ourselves that, is the defense budget allocation enough? And we all have that famous figure of, sir, we want 3% of our GDP allocation. All of us, even if I wake up somebody in the middle of the night, he will talk of 3% GDP. And if you see, we were at 1.5% GDP allocation when we had a 2.5 trillion economy, and when we go to 5, it automatically, intrinsically becomes a 3%. And if we are able to push our economy much faster, then we have the economic muscle to do more. By merely having structures will not help. At the same time, we have to inch ourselves into those existing structures, whether they are the CTF, CMF, whatever it is, we have to get inside them. We have to get more and more active into those various countries which are there. And that is where the MOD, the Ministry of External Affairs, and all other ministries have to get in. There are countries which have been approaching us during the DEF Expo, during Aero India, and now the army is also having an Africa India exercise in Pune. We are continuously engaged with them, and every stage we realize that when we engage with them, their requirement is some countries would want to buy outright, some countries want aid. Very few of them would like to energize the line of credit. There is a desire, there is a requirement that we should become more important, more relevant. But to do that, you have to become strong, you have to become resource rich. You have to be capable of ensuring that countries in that entire region look up to you, not for cosmetic support, but meaningful support. And I was in Southern Africa in 2005 to 2008, and I saw what China did there, and it was all kind of economic assistance, and that is where we were seeing that was the Deng Xiaoping era. It was not Xi Jinping era, and Xi Jinping around that time had not even come on the radar. He announced BRI much later, but actually the BRI was already happening in Africa when we were there. What is, let's have our ambitions close to our heart. Let's have our resources available at hand, and we will be able to do whatever we desire. Whether we become net security provider, we become preferred security provider, whether we become preferred engagement partner, is all dependent on how our resource generation happens at the pace at which it happens, for which exports are also important, manufacturing is important, and all that can happen when we as Indians contribute, each one of us. That's all I have to say.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, I would also like to, you have very clearly mentioned that there are gaps in our maritime capabilities and also in the underwater domain. How do you consider the role of such workshops? I'm sure you've seen the details of this workshop. We tried to cover as many aspects because I think the capacity building and the sensitization to start with would be a very important aspect. And I think the countries in this region, I mean, we had Dr. David Brewster before you speaking. Various countries in the region are now getting into submarine deployment and various other things. It is not only a security concern for India, but also a safety issue for all of us, because there are also countries, including us, who are into nuclear submarine. So do you think there is a role for workshops like this to sensitize? I mean, some of us believe that some of these smaller countries are not even aware of the larger challenges that exist in terms of such underwater deployments. So do you think there is a role for such workshops where we can actually, under the Sagar vision, I mean, you have very particularly stressed on the economic aspect, and we definitely agree with that, sir. And also under the Sagar vision, the security and growth has been given almost equal importance, and they have to go hand in hand. So do you think UDA seminars or workshops like this in the region, I mean, even Commodore Banerjee mentioned about BIMSTEC, there's already an instrument available, just that we need to use that instrument for doing some more specific things like the UDA framework. Your comments, sir, please.
Yes, Arnab, you're right. The first step towards facing any challenge is awareness, orientation. And your workshops are a welcome step in that direction, and you've been doing it regularly. And I think now when you have stretched your wings well beyond the territorial waters, you are involving many more experts, which is very good. Smaller nations, when you mention smaller nations, we should look at it not metaphorically and not only territorially. We should even look at the economic might also, the military might also. We should look at their intent also. And when you find smaller nations, whether they are vulnerable to bigger powers in our area, that sends more alarm signals whether somebody is wanting to buy off an island in our neighborhood, with what purpose. Uh, we've seen the kind of leveraging that has happened. Governments have toppled. We've seen how force has been used to topple governments also. So economics also, force also, military might also, all that put together, the entire maritime domain awareness is important, and in that UDA is also extremely important. Now UDA is important specifically because Bay of Bengal suddenly seems to have become a famous place for more and more submarines, whether they are now in Bangladesh or whether they are in Myanmar. And practically, if every submarine is going to have a Chinese kind of a print, then it creates more confusion, and there needs to be a structure, there need to be protocols, there need to be information exchanges. Otherwise, there can be some very bitter experiences and there could be accidents or avoidable accidents, and we need to work towards that. Maybe it is also time for us and organizations like yours to recommend that all these countries which have submarines in Bay of Bengal need to also come on a platform, and maybe Bay of Bengal initiative. I'm not talking of BIMSTEC particularly. I'm talking of Bay of Bengal initiative only in terms of UDA, so that we don't get confused and bring this there and then this gets relegated to the lowest rung. May not be correct. But seriousness of proliferation of submarines in this entire area is very good news. But because um, Bangladesh wanted to have, so Myanmar had, so all between the two, the animosity has not reduced, it has only grown. And as an elder brother or as a neighbor which is more responsible, I think we could take initiative there. And we need to do more, at least for confidence building measures, we definitely need to do.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, Commodore Soman Banerjee, who asked you a question, he's an known maritime security expert, and he has also been part of the Vivekanand Foundation. So I have requested him to give a small concluding remarks on your lecture, sir.
Thank you so much.
Sir, it is always a pleasure, sir, to hear you, because you always infuse the sense of security and sense of national spirit. So, it was a wonderful lecture. I think all the spectrums of security has been covered. But what I like the most, sir, is that you mentioned Chanakya. And if you read Milan Vego's Time, Force and Space Balance, it is actually stolen from Chanakya of Opat. And similarly, when you mentioned about the cultural domination of China, which you can read Antonio Gramsci's Cultural Hegemony, and exactly what General mentioned. And now you have the hegemony of also US. Dr. Vijay Kumar writes a fantastic book on Washington Bullet. So all this clearly, he just threw hints at us. I think left a lot of thoughts for us to, explore and study. Also, General mentioned about Sagarmala, and the amount of work that Government of India has done, 5 lakh crores sanctioned for Sagarmala, is going to be port-led growth and infrastructure. So that's going to bring in a lot of economic development, which is required for security. So we are really grateful to you, sir, for this phenomenal lecture. You mentioned NEP, and I would like to mention to this audience here that a thing like NCC, which used to be a co-curricular activity, has now become a curricular activity. It's become an elective subject. So now children will get to explore these skills through NCC, since it has become a curricular subject. So therefore, sir, and in the end, I would like to thank you. I know you're out of time, so for this lovely lecture and for educating us on various topics, including indigo and opium trade. Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. We really appreciate you joining us today, sir. Thank you very much, sir. And we'll continue our dialogue with you, and I'll continue to seek your guidance in taking UDA forward. Thank you so much, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. Thank you.
So we'll end the session for now and we'll break for lunch. And also, I mean, lunch is a little distance away. So it's time for all of us to have our own interaction and because it's a very rich group of people representing various components of nation building. And I think it is very important that the young students get an opportunity to meet people who are already in certain domains and get certain inputs from them. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I hope all of us have had a good lunch so far. Welcoming all of you all once again on time, both online and offline. Moving ahead, as I hope we all can agree after experiencing such enlightening concaves since the past 3 days of the Underwater Domain Awareness Program, we will dive straight into our next session with His Excellency Shri Kumar Srivastava, who happens to be India's ambassador to Croatia on the Indian-EU Strategic Maritime Collaboration. Just to give you all a little bit more context about who he is and what he has achieved over the past few years, is that Ambassador Kumar Srivastava is a career diplomat who joined the Indian Foreign Services in the year of 1997. He holds a civil engineering degree from one of the most prestigious Indian institutions of technology, which is based in Kanpur. He has pursued further studies in structural engineering and earthquake sciences, which also does mean that he has a lot to give in to this conference. His Excellency has served in the Indian embassies in Madrid, Yangon, Vienna, Brazil, and Tokyo. In his last assignment in Delhi during the year of 2015 to 2017, he was on deputation as Joint Secretary to National Security Council Secretariat, which is also very commonly known as the NSCS, Government of India, looking after the external security. Sir, it's a pleasure having you. And to proceed, I would like to call Dr. Arnab Das to please welcome. So, thank you.
His Excellency, thank you so much for joining us. Today is indeed very special. We started the day with a lecture by Dr. David Brewster from Australia. I'm sure you know him well. And then it was also a privilege to have Commodore Soman Banerjee with us in the morning. He also had an interaction with this esteemed speaker. Then we had Lieutenant General Vinod Khandare. He is presently the advisor to the Raksha Mantri. Before that, he was at the NSCS as the military advisor and had a long career in the Indian Army. So now we are eagerly waiting to hear you. And as you are aware, sir, this is a series of workshops that we are doing. The first week, starting from 6th of March, was on policy. We had multiple senior diplomats, bureaucrats, and various other leaders and strategists coming and speaking on our platform, starting with Ambassador Mudgal. Then we also had Ambassador Javed Ashraf, sir, joining us from Paris. And we are extremely delighted to have you today, sir. And without taking much time, I still remember the excellent interaction I had at your office. And I'm looking forward to connecting with you on various other aspects and seeking your guidance. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Arnab. It's a pleasure to join you all and this particular workshop and the conference that you are organizing is really essence of New India. I say so. Let me start the topic of today with a slightly more broad canvas. India today is actually in a momentum path, as seen from all across the globe, that India is probably the only place in terms of large economy which is able to provide hope, and hope which is sustainable for long term, as we call it, the Amrit Kal, 25 years of our period of our hope, where India has all the metrics that are required to continue on this growth path. So, in that context, I think the most important element for India is our demography, our youth. And that is where I think the government and the people are clearly focused upon developing skills, developing self confidence, and developing this idea that we are capable of achieving everything that we had achieved long, long time back in our civilizational history. I think this is very important to consider at every level of society in India, and all other things will fall in place. So that is the first point that I wanted to mention in today's interaction with you all. The topic is about India and EU strategic cooperation in the area of maritime. That also will be a small subset of a larger interaction that India is doing today globally. And India has definitely considered today a pole in the multipolar world, and not in one particular dimension, in multiple dimensions. And that is happening because India has taken a role which is emerging from its own strength and not because of just mere partnerships. You develop partnership based on what you bring to the table. And that's why the key element of all this is that what India does for itself, for its own people, and move that around among other friendly countries. So just look at last 2 years or 3 years actually now. Very, very challenging year globally. Pandemic, conflict, climate change related issues, natural disasters. And each one of those incidents have provided an opportunity for India to showcase that we are part of the solution. We are the solution provider. I remember quite very distinctly that in the month of April and May 2021, when the Delta variant of the COVID hit India, all across the globe, the news story was that the COVID fight for the world will be lost in India. And actually, those 1 month, that's around about 40 days' time when the peak went like unstopping in terms of number of infections, I think 3 to 4 million every day. That was the time when India stood its ground hard and made sure that we help ourselves as a society and showcase that every challenge is possible to be handled if we are determined. And I think that is something that has been recognized by India. All the people who were naysayers may not have come back to appreciate India, but in deep there in their heart, they understood that this is one country which is going to provide solutions to the world, not only to its own 1.4 billion people. I think from that point, this kind of conferences, these kind of capacity building exercises are the essence of what we are going to do in next 25 years. And I'm very happy to be part of any such exercise because it improves my own knowledge. It improves my own confidence about India. So let's look at the topic. The maritime cooperation. As you know that historically India was a maritime power. There was a period, say from around about year 1000, that we started probably becoming complacent about what we had achieved. And then other parts of the world started looking at India as an object of uh, target to improve their own lifestyle, their own way of living, their own way of acquiring technology from India. So somewhere we lost our track in terms of what we had achieved, especially in the maritime domain. You are all aware about, you're doing this workshop, so I don't have to delve into that part. But there was a period where maritime, powered by the European nations, was utilized to actually convert that into economic power by colonialization. And you know that India suffered badly from economy, which was probably 1/4 of the world. We became less than 1%. And this is the journey that we started 75 years back post independence. But now that exponential growth curve is ahead of us. So when we look at maritime security, maritime safety, blue economy based on oceans, all these aspects are integral part of our strategic thought. It's part of our civilizational heritage and our geographical location. Sometimes when I was working in National Security Council Secretariat, sometimes my colleagues from the Navy, from the other, like Coast Guard, they used to put the map of India upside down and said that we need to look sometimes uh, counterintuitively what we normally are taught in the classrooms. Look the map upside down, and you will understand the power and the strategic location of India and why India is important for every country who wants to, uh, who is actually trading through the Indo-Pacific or who has some kind of maritime ambition because of their own nature of economy, nature of their own geography. If you look at Europe, Europe has sea all around. Mediterranean is one of the area where Mediterranean and Adriatic Sea, where I am sitting right now, and of course, all these countries have developed a huge amount of maritime infrastructure, capabilities, technology. So that technology partnership is naturally driven by economics and also strategic thought. And as we develop our partnership with EU at a much vast level, we are doing with the EU things which we have never done in the past. We are doing at a pace at which we have not done in the past. And that's why every dimension of this partnership will evolve in a very fast method. For example, in February, India and EU have launched the Trade and Technology Council. EU has that kind of council with only US and now with India. That tells you that some of these thoughts have come very clearly in the mind in our global partners, especially EU and US, that India has to be in their partnership matrix, even knowing fully well that India has an independent voice, an independent pole, and we have a history with every topic. We always define based on what is in interest for 1.4 billion people today for India. And also, they are driven by a very clear strategic thought, which is defendable, which is uh, in terms of uh, talking about it consistently, synergetically. We can mention that there is no digression in terms of our policy decision making. So, of late, in this crisis time, COVID, be it Ukraine conflict, what India has come out in terms of its viewpoints, that has been appreciated very widely, even though we have never taken a 1 or 0 position. But the position that we have taken have been understood by the world as the only way to solve the problems. We can always take 1 or 0 position and make the problems more complicated. But when we look at very rationally in terms of where the problems are emanating from, where the problems might head to, people understand that India is at the place where it can provide solution platforms. India is currently the president of G20, and I think that is also very timely because probably world leaders have said now that this is a great time that a country like India is heading G20 presidency because India has that wherewithal right now to provide that platform where we can talk for a positive outcome in terms of where we are standing today. Now look at EU. The big strategic partnership that India has today is with EU as a European Union, with Britain, with France, with Germany, and recently we have signed this just earlier this month with Italy. Now, all these 5 top institutions or countries, we have a strategic partnership, Italy being the last one in this month. You can understand that EU partnership will also depend upon what we do bilaterally with each of these countries. Because if you look at the history of EU, uh, there have been a very good custom union, Schengen agreement. That means people can move freely as we move in India from one state to another. There is a monetary union, Croatia being the last one, recent one on 1st of January, joining the Eurozone. So there is a clear monetary union among the Eurozone countries. But there is one area which is common foreign and security policy, CFSP as it is called, where there has always been a problem of some kind of give and take, where countries feel that we cannot be compromising on our sovereignty, on our decision making on foreign and security and defense policies. There have been a lot of joint action together, but that is one area where joint voices have not come on many global issues. This Russia-Ukraine conflict has probably the first point where everybody has come on the same platform in the EU, seeing the war at their own backyard. And that's why this is one time where EU is more united than it has ever been. And frankly speaking, when you look at maritime security, the maritime nations in this part of the world are the one historically uh, defining the defense and security policy of Europe, and each one of them have very good strategic partnership with India. So that's the platform, that's the background I wanted to establish, that because we have a very good, excellent relationship with each of these important countries, and now we are developing a very good dialogue with EU as a union, there is no doubt that our maritime cooperation will be increasingly more substantive and strategic in times to come. It will have dimensions of trade, technology, tourism, maritime tourism, because these countries, as we develop our maritime economy, maritime ecology, we would require this kind of best practices that Europe has all the time because of their ahead of start in terms of development. We would need that kind of partnership, and it will be mutually beneficial because India will be an economy which will provide 20% of global growth in the next decade to come. And that's where I think the demand will be. So, maritime safety, security, economy, all aspects, Europe will also equally benefit. And that's why this partnership is going to be sustainable. A partnership, as I at the start, I said that it will depend upon what you bring to the table. And what India brings to the table for Europe is very unique because there are three Ds, as I call it: the democracy. Europe is a democratic continent, and India is the largest democracy and the mother of democracy, as our Prime Minister calls it, and made us believe very clearly that there is no doubt that India is the mother of democracy. We need to understand that narrative, and that gives us the confidence that this is not a concept that came from outside. It's a concept from our own background, from our own past. So democracy, the D of democracy, demography, 129 years of average age of 1.4 billion people is the tagline in a continent where there is huge amount of demographic challenges. The average age in Europe is probably 45. In Croatia, it is 45, and in India, it is 29. So you can see 16 years of gap. And that gap is very, very predominant in terms of the economic infrastructure that the countries want to develop here. There is a huge demographic shortage. So D is a complementarity of demography. And then the last one, D, is the demand. There is a demand going to come for this kind of technology and trade. It will be predominantly from a democratic country like India. So because of these kind of unique opportunities that India brings to Europe, there is no doubt that we will find together what we are going to do in different areas of maritime cooperation. Uh, Maritime development within Europe has also been as sometimes their own effort because of development path that they've taken, and sometimes it is because of challenges that come from abroad or from man-made disaster, natural disaster. So in 2008, I think the Operation Atlanta was launched by Europe and NATO, which was about Somali pirates. So piracy, counter-piracy incident created some kind of movement of maritime security development here in Europe. Then, of course, there have been incidents which are geopolitical in nature, and slowly this understanding that economics, the geoeconomic center of gravity has shifted from cross-Atlantic to Indo-Pacific. And this realization has made all of the important countries having their own Indo-Pacific policies: Germany, France, Britain. for example, and EU in general has now come out with a document about their own priorities and policies on Indo-Pacific. That puts India again at the center of discussion, because again, I would remind you the talk about that, put the map upside down and you can understand where is the center of Indo-Pacific in terms of the action that takes place and the capacity that are there, and that to a democratic uh, uh, quality of this capacity. Uh, Look at India, what we have been able to do since 2009 when the Navy came out with its maritime doctrine document and then updated it further. The capacities that we have developed have also been very, very important for the world to understand that India brings to the table something more than what it takes away from any partnership. And that's why the kind of exercises we do in, for example, with our partners, Japan, Australia, and US, what we do with France. We have a very excellent maritime cooperation program with France. As you know, France is actually an Indian Ocean country also, because they have the islands, Reunion Island is French territory, and they have assets in some of these ports in the Arabian Sea. So basically, it's not just a concept or narrative about partnership, it's also the assets and interest, the geographical interest of the countries which are important in Europe, which brings us together in terms of India-France maritime cooperation dialogue that we have. I think when I was in NSCS, I participated in two of them, and they are very, very substantive. They talk about everything that we need to discuss in terms of maritime domain awareness. You are talking about underwater domain UDA framework, and I think that's very important. UDA framework is important also to understand our civilization and history. For example, the city of Dwarka, the recognition that 12,000-year-old city exists, and you can archaeologically find it out and do the research on it. That proves us that the history that has been taught in the books is very, very myopic and very limited. It actually reduces our identity. So that's why UDA framework is a very, very important concept, not only in terms of economic benefits, security benefits, but also self-confidence benefits about what we are, what we were, and where we are coming from. So ultimately, I would say that the kind of situation where India is right now, as Prime Minister Modi has called this to be the Amrit Kal period, next 25 years, this is no more a narrative, this is a reality. And people understand across the globe that India is a strategic partner if they are looking at next sustainable growth that they can expect with partnership with India. And that's why the biggest, I would say not a challenge, but opportunity for India is to look at inward what we need to build ourselves. And in that context, build our partnership with like-minded countries who see the benefit of partnering with India. I think at this stage, I will stop, and I would rather like to have an interactive discussion. If you have questions, I would be very happy to discuss it if I can answer. Otherwise, I will keep it as a debate. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. It was indeed very enlightening for us to hear from you, and that brings another dimension. And my experience of traveling in Europe last December was that there is significant interest in the global south, and no better partner than India. And the EU's interest in the Indo-Pacific, I think we can really contribute significantly, as you also have brought out very well. So how do you see the role of organizations like MRC in terms of people-to-people contact and people-to-people interaction in taking things forward? You very nicely brought out the importance of underwater archaeology, but in a larger context of capacity building, how do you see such workshops and such people-to-people contact?
Absolutely. I mentioned that, much of this action has to happen internally in India, which is happening thanks to institutions like yours. But I would also say that when you look at institutions in each of these countries, like in Croatia, there have been, it's a 670 kilometers long coastline in Adriatic Sea for a country of 4 million population. Look at how many islands Croatia has. It is 1,245 inhabited islands. India has less than that. So you can imagine that how big a maritime nation Croatia, such a small country, is. And there are maritime institutions which have developed technologies, which have developed human resources, and which have developed institutions. So definitely there will be scope for partnership. But again, it will be, I would say that there should be some proportions. Coming from 1.4 billion country, it will be a partnership where Croatia would see an opportunity to participate in India rather than the other way around. So that's why I would urge that more we do in terms of what we are doing in India, more we can bring to the table that there is something in it for the partnership with Croatia kind of countries. And of course, if you remember, just on 4th of March in the Raisina dialogue in Delhi, the guest of honor was the Prime Minister of Italy, Ms. Giorgia Meloni, and she spoke in the keynote speech on, I think it was on 2nd of March evening in Raisina Dialogue. She said about most of her lecture was about maritime nature of Italy and maritime nature of India. And in that context, she said that we are very happy that we are signing this strategic cooperation document today on that week, basically saying that like finding out synergy in maritime nature of the two countries. And she especially mentioned about peninsular nature of the countries. So every country can find a right kind of context in India because India is a continent. But we need to be looking at that what we are developing in world like MRC. For example, when you came, we proposed few partnership, one in Shridhar and other in Dubrovnik, and we can work on that. I already got some positive outcomes from Dubrovnik, so we can develop some virtual conference and then maybe some physical ones. So capacity building, taking some technology, taking some what you call training experts from this part of the world to India will be very, very mutually beneficial. And that will basically enhance the partnership between India and EU. Because I believe in democracies, the partnerships are built bottom up, not top down.
Thank you so much, sir. In fact, Denizal Menarik is also in touch with you, as I know, and I think University of Zagreb will also, I mean, the Center for Economic Diplomacy is also on board, and we can make it a more kind of not one-to-one, but one-to-many in Croatia. Sir. So we look forward to our interaction on that, sir. Any other questions?
Good afternoon, sir. I'm Captain Bhatia. I'm from the Indian Navy. And sir, as you rightly brought out, sir, I mean, Navy is actually going ahead with a lot of countries and we are having bilateral discussions, multilateral exercises, a lot of things going on towards enhancing the cooperation with all these countries. My question to you today, especially with relation to underwater domain, is basically considering the sensitivity of information that is involved in the underwater domain. How do you see these countries moving forward in this particular arena, especially with regard to security point of view, sir?
Right. Well, I think yes, you're right that such of the technologies, such kind of information are sensitive in nature, and that's why the word strategic is very important. Strategic partnerships are the last thing that we do with any country, and that is the one that becomes the focus. So, for example, we are very particular today. I think we have 35 or 36 strategic partnerships, even though we have 192 plus countries. So, what I mean to say that in order to have that confidence to share information, to have exercises, as you mentioned, for operational ease, to be ready when the time comes, we are very comfortable to work together. Those kind of exercises are only done among partners which have that strategic confidence with each other. So trust and strategic assessment is very important. And that's why I mentioned about France. The we have a kind of cooperation with France, and I'm very happy that you had the session with Ambassador Javed Ashraf from Paris. Because if you're talking about top five strategic partnership with India, I would put, say, US, France, Israel, Russia, and Japan. Now, if you look at those kind of top partnership, each one of them, and when you talk about Navy, barring Israel, probably you have that kind of cooperation with each one of them bilaterally and then in plurilaterally or multilaterally. And that, I think, brings to the table of this question that you asked, that how we can develop that kind of confidence to share sensitive information with an objective that it is not against anybody, but it is to ensure that we are ready if something wrong happens in that particular part of the world. And that's what I'm talking about, the Indo-Pacific partnership, or even our foreign ministers, the Quad minister that met in the Raisina dialogue in a public forum. They mentioned that look at what we are doing together. It's all positive. And that's the kind of thing we will be able to do even in sensitive domain, because the narrative is positive, what we are doing for the people in this region together, providing them alternative choices which are more democratic in nature, and providing them choices which are about global growth. With you look at our G20 presidency motto, it's not just the motto, it's actually the narrative that people are buying into, that India stands for it: one earth, one family, one future.
His Excellency, thank you so much. It was extremely enlightening, and I still remember our discussion at your office. So we'll continue our interaction, sir. And thank you very much for joining us, sir. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
And
Great
we'll be
to talk
sharing
to
the
you.
proceedings of the workshop series with you, sir, in another 10 days, sir. Thank you very much for joining us, sir.
Thank you. All the best.
We'll take a break, and next session we'll start a little earlier. Next is on AI and data analytics. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hope we all are settled in. We will now be going ahead with our last segment for today. I will be inviting up ahead next Mr. Shridhar Prabhuraman. He also happens to be MRC's Deputy Director. He will be leading us into a detailed presentation on AI and data analytics, obviously talking about the UDA framework. He's the recipient of a prestigious international Scientia scholarship. He has profoundly been known in software development, data analysis, and web development. Something that I would like everyone to take note is that Mr. Sridhar also happens to be a highly skilled veteran in Python and JavaScript. He is also an experienced researcher with a specialization in designing state-of-the-art application using artificial intelligence in collaboration with naval experts. Sir, it's truly a pleasure having you here. I would also invite you to take over for the session ahead. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you for that humble introduction of mine. Yep. So to begin with, to give a not so humble introduction of mine, my name is Shridhar. Nothing close to what has been told about me. Essentially I'm just part of MRC, working with the family, as part of the family, working towards as the individual goal of UDA, and that's pretty much it. Can someone confirm if they can hear me and they can see my presentation, please?
Yes, Shridhar.
Perfect. Thank you so much. All right. So today I'll be presenting a few slides on use of artificial intelligence for effective realization of UDA framework. What I'll try to do is we'll go over what, again, we'll just do a quick revisit of what UDA is. Then we'll go over what I found to be some of the interesting advancements in the field of underwater domain with respect to artificial intelligence, and just to try and give some depth on what lies ahead and what work has been done in the past. followed by which I'll take you over some of the key projects, key project ideas and frameworks that we are working in MRC, and how we are, what are the different kinds of projects that we're looking at, and what are the problems specifically that we are trying to tackle, and why we are tackling them. And yeah, that's pretty much it. So let's do a revisit of what UDA is. The underwater domain awareness, as we all know, the broad term and of course the broad definition of that, it all boils down to the fact of knowing what our underwater realm is, right? Essentially understanding what is present underwater, what kind of information is present underwater, and the data that is present underwater that would allow us to utilize all that kind of all those information to effectively deploy our systems better, to effectively make our software tools better, so that we can obtain much more efficiency from the same hardware that we have. And that's what essentially translates into enhanced performance of underwater systems in terms of range, robustness to medium fluctuations, and so on and so forth. Now, I came across some recent interesting advancements in the by use of AI in the underwater domain. So let's take a look at a couple of those one by one. So I read this article. This was published on 13th of August 2020, where neural network is used to estimate the presence of orca whales in a neighborhood. Now, orca whales are supposed to be one of the extinct uh, uh, creatures, and the idea is that how can we use technology to make sure that we do not disturb the ecosystem much further, and how can we use technology to ensure that we efficiently run both anthropogenic as well as the environmental activities so that we can sustain that neighborhood. So what was done is, so Google basically created an AI model, which essentially is a neural network, which uses image processing to determine by the frequency of there's a slight difference in the pitch of the ship noise versus what is the noise that is generated by the orca whales or fish and other noise sources, right? So wind noise and so on and so forth, as we can see in the diagram. So hydrophones were basically deployed in the orca habitat to record the sounds, and after recording them, they analyzed the difference in sound levels between that of whales, wind noise, as well as the ships, and then they used neural network using image processing, which essentially try to identify the difference in the pitches based upon the spectrogram that we can see. Now, doing this, recording this particular thing and doing this over and over again, what it did is that it gave them a model, a bot, which basically gave a warning whenever a particular ship tried to, enter the vicinity of a area of orca whales. The hydrophones were able to pick up the noise levels in the region, based upon which the neural network essentially was able to depict what is how close to that particular region is the ship, and then give out a warning that you're not supposed to take that particular path. The interesting thing is this whole process of automatically detecting the noise levels and automatically figuring out what kind of vessel it is, what kind of uh, what species of marine mammal are we talking about, whether it's a heavy vessel, whether it's a small passenger vessel, whether it's a tugboat, and so on and so forth. So it opens us to a new realm of opportunities where we can use the same kind of an application, same kind of a technology and framework for multiple uses. Another interesting article that I came around was use of AI robots on in shipwrecks. So in Greece, now shipwrecks are, as everyone knows, it's something that needs to be undisturbed, and of course there are recreational divers who dive in a particular area, but then it is important to make sure that those divers do not go in vicinity of these shipwrecks, because then of course we disturb that particular whole environment. So what they did was they basically deployed a set of AI robots, which again using image processing, they identified how close to a particular shipwreck is a diver, and they sent signal for that. So this is one of the ways in which the government made sure that the divers do not uh, do not interfere with the shipwrecks that we have in that particular region. And if you notice, these are quite old: 2020, 2019, 2021. So the picture I'm trying to paint here is that AI has been advancing for quite some time now. It's not something that we're looking at recently. And there are countries which have already started making use of those technologies for very innovative ideas and things that we all felt is a very cumbersome and a difficult task to do. And thus, and regardless, it's an extremely important aspect for any country to take care of. Uh, if we look at this one, wherein an autonomous robot, which is basically an AUV, an autonomous AUV, has learned to dive deep in the sea. It takes care it takes care of a lot of problems for us. So when we send an AUV down, if it's an automatic one where we are supposed to control it, we need to ensure that the signal does not get lost. If not, we basically attach it to via physical medium, a wire, so that we send a signal. If we send an autonomous robot down there, we have to we have to add systems into that particular AUV to make sure that if in case of any kind of emergency, it should be able to pull itself out. And regardless, we still have to navigate that autonomous system. Now, if you send an AUV which is trained down to the deep ocean, and make it be able to identify objects that are otherwise extremely difficult for a man or a human that is sitting behind a computer to figure out, it's extremely vital to gain information like none else. The other one, again, an important one, is we can see swarms of tiny robots could help defense clear underwater mines. I believe this was a project that was taken up in Australia. The idea is, now we've got underwater mines that are deployed across. We can have underwater mines that are deployed across regions for multiple reasons of maritime security. And for a submarine or for any submersible vessel to navigate in those mine area is extremely difficult, and identifying those mines is still a challenge. These swarms of tiny robots, they could basically flow through those mines, and they could identify those mines. Of course, there might be a case where these robots perish, but regardless, what we gain here is that we gain information about where the mines are with zero loss of life. It's an extremely important countermeasure to consider and go through with some such kind of maritime security tactics. Now, sonar is something that has been questionable uh, technology for us, especially the Indian Ocean region today is one of the most important sea areas globally. It is a focal point of both maritime trade and geopolitical hotspot. However, due to the temporal uh, environmental factors of the region, so the sound fixating and so far depth, or as in the depth in the water at which the signal is supposed to be transmitted with least amount of transmission loss, is extremely deep for the Indian Ocean, specifically because we are a temperate region. Our temperature at sea ranges from 25 to 27 degrees just on the sea top, because of which, and no sonar, it's extremely difficult for a sonar to depth to a distance of let's say 800 meters or 1000 meters or 500 or 600 meters as well, for that matter, uh, to be able to be deployed in that particular depth and get a perfect a perfect signal with least amount of transmission loss. What we need is essentially a solution that would allow us to build the underwater area using AI, and it will basically allow us to capture the whole environment with even if there is a transmission loss that is present. So essentially, even if 50% of the environment is basically captured by the sonar, the remaining 50% uh, uh, is crafted. It's basically created by the uh, artificial intelligence system that we place there. It's this kind of a project, this kind of a technology is something that is extremely crucial for our waters, because of the so far being extremely uh, deep and the kind of random transmission losses that we obtain there. Now, let's look at it from a very different angle again. Even if we forget about maritime security and other aspects of it, we've always considered the final frontier to be Mars. We have always considered, or any outer space for that matter, we've always considered that the final life form that we're going to have in the next 100 years or so, it's going to be outside Earth. But what if that is not the case? What if the final life form that we're having, what if the final frontier for us is deep undersea, underwater? So so even for that, we need AI based underwater vehicles that could easily maneuver through the region while withstanding the pressure. And so imagine an underwater world where people live. Imagine an underwater world where we can live in an ecosystem similar to what we have above water. We'd still need technology such as AI that would help us build that kind of a world and allow us to transport or allow us for any other aspect for that matter. So think of it, why should final frontier should always only be outside the earth? Why can't it be deep inside the water? Now let's revisit the concept of acoustic capacity building of underwater domain awareness. What it essentially says, the acoustic capacity building again, is that we need to build the capacity so that, so again, we know that light does not penetrate deep inside ocean. Every and all kind of system that we have in the ocean is based upon the sound and sound signals. That being the case, we need to have systems in place that would allow us to use those sound signals efficiently. Again, we are currently in a disadvantage considering the fact that we are in a temperate region. But regardless of that, use of AI can allow us to build technologies that would easily overcome such kind of problem, make predictions, make innovations, perform measurement and analysis, and of course, uh, it will be extremely critical to also have uh, exquisite measurements of signal to noise ratio and such kind of signals, such kind of components that would allow us to more effectively calibrate our systems and perform better, obtain better results. So let's try and go over some of the AI-based projects. Feel free to stop me anytime and ask me questions. I'll try to answer them to the best of my capacity. If not, I'll surely get back to you. Uh, but yeah, feel free to stop me anytime and ask questions if needed. Now, before we delve into the different projects that we are doing under MRC, it's important to understand a few concepts that are related. One such concept is that of an AIS. I'm sure most of you know what an AIS is, but still to bridge the gap, I'd explain. An automatic identification system is basically a transponder that is fitted onto every vessel. This is pretty much, now this works. What it does is that it sends information about the vessel uh, to either the lighthouse or whatever base that we have, that is the onshore base that we have, or the lighthouse, or of course to the other vessels that are in the vicinity. There are two types of AIS transmissions. One is a satellite-based transmission, and then one is a direct transmission. The satellite-based transmission is the one where the data gets captured by the satellite, which is then transmitted to multiple receivers that are present onshore. And then they've got the direct transmission, which basically transmits signals directly from the ship to the base, either in the harbor or in the uh, whatever the naval base or the harbor that is. Now, there is a limitation of direct mode of transmission wherein the transmission occurs only up to a vicinity of 300 or 350 odd kilometers from the base. The satellite one, however, has a much larger and a pretty much endless capacity to transmit, because we are transmitting directly to the satellite and not to a particular receiver. So what is AIS is essentially a transponder that is fitted on every vessel. And information about the vessel, some static information such as what is the ship length, so information about the vessel which cannot change, right? So like the ship length of the ship, the type of the vessel, the mmsi number, and other such kind of attributes of the ship are sent there. And there's also some dynamic information that is sent, such as what is the speed over ground, what is the estimated time of arrival of the ship particular to a destination, what is the exact current lat long coordinate of that particular vessel. So at the end of the day, it essentially works the same way as the way we have our GPS systems, where information about our device is sent so that it is reachable and it is trackable by others around. Now, of course, it's the use of this is something that is important for navigation purposes, but then again, this is also important for purposes to ensure that the vessel is basically following a particular route that is laid out to them. It is following a particular path, and it's not navigating away from its prescribed path. The reporting intervals, so these transmissions of AIS signals that happen, that basically transmits all these informations, there are different reporting intervals depending upon the type of the ship and the speed at which it is moving, but on an average it basically transmits at a range of approximately every 5 seconds or so. However, there are instances where these AIS messages can go missing. Now, these AIS messages, there are multiple reasons for that. First is that basically depending upon the nature of the transmission medium, the AIS messages are basically transmitted over a very high frequency, and it is obviously because we're talking about a VHF frequency. It's prone to all kinds of environmental conditions. So if there's a rain, there is fog, and all kind of environmental uh, conditions like that, these signals are bound to get lost, and they are not going to get registered or transmitted easily. Uh, the the VHF signals basically follow a direct path of propagation. So what that means is that they travel in the straight lines, or line of sight propagation, as we call it. So only if since it performs line of sight propagation, if the receiver is not in line of sight, for example blocked by land mass or any such thing, the transmission range is restricted, and the transmission loss can happen there, and these AI signals do not reach the receiver's end. And then, of course, there could be an availability of time slots to broadcast. Now, again, we're talking about broadcasting signals here, and as we know, each signal they are basically transmitted. So when we transmit them around a bandwidth, they have a reserved time slots. So what we call as time domain multiplexing. They have reserved time slots, and each slot is so for each ship they keep on sending signals around each slots, which keeps on getting propagated until it reaches the receiver. And of course, in the case that there are multiple vessels present in a particular region, there may be chances that when a ship is trying to send a signal, there is an availability of time slot to broadcast, and the transmission loss may again occur in that sense. And the reason why I'm telling you all of these things is that a couple of projects that we are taking up next is more or less related to what we have here, and what are the problems that occur because of this. Now, first thing that we're looking at is AI's error detection and correction. Now, to give you an insight on what I'm talking about, let's take a look at this AIS information that we found, right? So if you look at the line number 11, what we can see is that this particular vessel was supposed to be uh, a container vessel. But on the AIS information that we received this vessel to be a tug. Now, there could be a lot of reasons why a tug is masked as a container vessel, but then of course one might also wonder what is the obvious reason. The obvious one being that if they are performing some kind of an illegal activity, that would now to give a bit more insight, a tug vessel is basically an extremely small vessel, and it is allowed to deroute from its normal route, whatever is assigned to it to travel. However, a container vessel it's much more stricter guidelines to follow. It has much more stricter guidelines to follow, and essentially it's supposed to not deroute from the prescribed path. Uh, Now, masking a container vessel as a tug vessel, of course, has its own set of benefits. If a particular vessel is taking a small route, a deroute, or if a particular vessel is taking a different path for any kind of an illegal activity, it will be extremely difficult to monitor that particular activity. And so it's important for us to have tools and systems in place that allows us to predict whether the information that is sent by the vessel to the receiver's end is actually in fact correct or not, or is there some kind of ambiguity in that particular information that is being sent, which is where AIS again comes into picture. Uh, to to obtain this information, what I showed here, to obtain this information, we constructed our own AIS decoder. So we have a set of algorithm that can work dynamically with the input of AIS data. So for every 5 seconds, we have an API that would deconstruct the AIS encoded information that we have, decode them into, so the way I was studying about the different parameters, the MMSI number, lat long coordinates, the navigational status, speed over ground, course over ground, and so on and so forth. Um, Now, this AI's error detection and correction, this whole idea gets separated into two places. One is we need a system that performs dynamic error detection and correction, and then we also need a system which performs vessel trajectory reconstruction. When an AIS data goes missing, we will not be able to track what. So there are times when for a particular vessel we don't receive the AIS information at all. In which particular scenario we can't track what the vessel is doing. It's essentially like a point which has just vanished. Now we need systems in place that allows us to reconstruct what is the possible path that a vessel has taken in the interval where the AIS data has gone missing. And we also need a system in place which, as I said, dynamically detects the errors uh, that in the AIS data that we are getting. Now, I'm using the word dynamic here because, as I said, the AIS data is broadcasted in every 5 seconds, and the information keeps on changing in an interval of 5 seconds or 6 seconds at max. So, any kind of a tool that we create, any kind of a software that we create, it's supposed to perform its calculation and give the output within that 5 seconds period. And if not, then that particular system is pretty much obsolete for us. It's not of much use for us. And that is where the whole idea of artificial intelligence come into picture. Now, there are two key concepts that AI brings in. One, AI can work with less amount of, I wouldn't say less, AI can work with incomplete data. Unlike the conventional mathematical models that we have, AI allows us to perform. Conventional mathematical models are linear models that basically So we have an equation and it gives us an result at the end of the equation. We provide inputs and it will provide us an output. It will perform calculation. It will provide an output. Now AI works in a different way though. I wouldn't go too much into depth. However, I'll be happy to explain the concepts if someone wants to know. But essentially, what we are doing is we are performing predictions rather than calculations, if that makes any. So there's a substantial difference between those. Predicting something can be performed using an incomplete data if we have a model which is trained enough. Calculating something cannot be performed using incomplete data per se. And in the real world, we have a lot of incomplete data. We have a lot of error data. We have a lot of data which is not correct, which needs a lot of cleaning, which needs a lot of a lot more information to be processed into a mathematical model. And which is why, for all of these kind of problems, we are looking at use of AI to tackle it. Now, if we go a bit further, again, does anyone has any questions up till here? Cool. This is just a way for me to take some break in between. So let's take up the first one: dynamic data error detection using random forest on static AIS data. Now, this particular project has been done specifically for the static AIS data. The static information, like again, as I said, what is the type of the vessel. So we need to at the end of this, we need to identify what the vessel type is. Um, so we need to predict what the vessel type is, and to give you a bit of a insight on how we plan to do it. Now, each type of so we as I said, we have a lot of information that is provided by the AIS data, and we need a model, and we can construct a model which can, based upon the length of the vessel, the draught of the vessel, as in how much that vessel is submerged in the water, also indicating how much weight, what is the load that is present on that particular vessel, what is the speed with which it is moving, whether it's in what is the route that it has taken, whether it is always near borders of a country, or whether it's moving through international waters, and other such parameters. We can basically glue all that information together to create to feed to a particular model, which then takes a decision on what kind of a vessel is it, uh, and that's what we are trying to do here. So a random forest classifier. So this spawns from the aspect of what we call as a decision tree classifier. A decision tree classifier essentially is a to tone it down. Again, this is not accurate, but to tone it down, uh, I would say it would essentially be a series of yes or no decisions based upon multiple factors. Like for example, today, if imagine there's a model which basically tells you whether you need to go play today depending upon the different weather conditions and different other aspects that you have. It will check what is the weather outside. If it's sunny, then yes. If it's rainy, then no. Then it will check what is the distance that you have to travel, what is the energy level that you have in your body, and then depending upon that, it will take a decision, and it will give a simple linear model which will tell you whether you should or you should not do a particular action. A random forest is essentially this kind of a simple model. You just combine multiple such models, and what you create is, again, multiple trees combined, you create a forest, and hence the name random forest. So when you have multiple different trees combined, so all your information is basically added to a subset, and that subset is then transmitted to a tree model, which essentially tells, so for each of those information, so for example, the length of the vessel is going to be one subset, the dimensions of the vessel is going to be one subset, the speed of the vessel is going to be one subset, and the estimated time of arrival, the course over ground, and all those kind of things are going to be one subset. And what it will do is that it will estimate, based upon these, it will again check different parameters. So for example, the tree on the left hand side, the red one, you can consider that to be the dimensions. So it will see that what is the length of the vessel. Is it greater than this particular amount? If so, then probably it's going to be a cargo vessel and it's not a tug vessel, and so on and so forth. So upon doing this, so for this particular model that we obtained, we gained a training accuracy of 96% and a testing accuracy of 92%, which tells us that we are not overfitting our model. And the second option, the second uh, model that we built was a Brewster tree classifier, which is essentially each tree is basically fit on the modified version of the original dataset. So after each evaluation, so this one's a bit like a neural network, where after each evaluation, the weights of each node, the model automatically varies depending upon the prediction that was done by the previous model. So if the previous model, if we see that the prediction is way off, it is plus minus 20% of what the actual result is, then it will adjust its weights accordingly so that it gives us a better result in the next time, and so on and so forth. Jumping into the output that we have. So for example, in general classification, we got, as I said, we got an accuracy of 96%. So we predicted a particular vessel depending upon the parameters such as the breadth, dead weight, gross tonnage, length, mean speed over ground, vessel type, and all. So vessel type is essentially considered for the testing data. So we predicted it to be a passenger with 51% probability, and what we got is that we knew that it is a passenger vessel indeed. And what we are essentially trying to obtain from here is this would allow us to detect anomalies, right? So once you train a particular model on a huge amount of data set, which tells what kind of a vessel is related to what kind of dimensions, what kind of speed, what is the usual route that a particular vessel takes, the model can tell, depending upon all those parameters, whether it's supposed to be a passenger vessel or a cargo vessel. So like for example, in this case, a model predicted it to be a cargo vessel, but in the AIS data, it was basically mislabeled or misclassified as to be a passenger vessel. So that's the ideal output that we wanted to look at using this particular model. The other aspect of it is, as I said, use of again AI to perform vessel trajectory reconstruction. So the idea behind this is by using historical data, if we know that what is the usual path that a particular vessel is taking over and over again, uh, using its MMSI number, we know that this is the vessel that has a constant route from place A to place B over the past 1 month or the past 6 months. Now, if suddenly the AIS data goes missing for that particular vessel, then we need to be able to dynamically uh, predict the path that the vessel might have taken in that particular uh, missing AIS missing AIS interim period. And that's what this project is all about. So given an AIS data, we basically again pass it on to a random forest, which again uses using an LSTM network. We feed a historical AIS data to the LSTM network, and then we reconstruct the trajectory as a whole. So for example, on the left, we can see an image where we have the vessel, but then there are points in between where uh, that particular AIS data went missing, and we were not able to track what is the path of that vessel. What we again did was that we used random forest to perform to classify the missing points that we have, and then reconstructed the path using LSTM network. Now, in this particular case, it might seem to be something that is we can even perform some linear interpolation to figure out what is the depending upon the points, we can perform a linear interpolation and figure out what is the coordinates that are there. And you may ask, why do we even need a random forest or a heavy model such as this for that particular task? However, it depends upon the complexity of the tasks that we are having. Now, vessel trajectory reconstruction might be something that looks as simple as this one, and they might be, if we are looking about a large amount of vessels at the same time, and then we're supposed to construct the trajectory of large amount of vessels, then LSTM network and random forest is the way to go ahead for that. Any questions so far? Now, the second project that I want to talk about today is that of dark ship detection. Um, so what is, first let's try to understand what a dark ship is. Again, as I know many of you guys already know what a dark ship is, but just to uh, for the sake of completeness, when the AIS data goes inactive, now we've talked previously that the AIS data goes inactive and we need ways to figure out what kind of a vessel it is, and what kind of a um, what is the trajectory that a particular vessel is going to take, and so on and so forth. However, why does an AIS goes missing? I mean, transmission loss is one thing, but that wouldn't lead to a elongated period of missing AIS data. Uh, Poor connection is definitely a reason for that. However, more importantly, of course, there are some times when the official authorities are required to turn off their AIS data for the sake of maritime security, for the sake of protection, which is acknowledged. But then there are also cases when AIS data is turned off for the reason of some illicit activities, like for example, piracy or armed robbery, humans, wildlife harms, and drug trafficking, and trade with sanctioned states, and so on and so forth. These could be, so if you have a vessel which you cannot track, you cannot know which way it is coming into the country from. You don't know which harbor it's going to reach. You don't, or if it's going to even reach a harbor. If there is no AIS data that is enabled on a tug, for example, it will basically go to a it'll yeah, the it can get stationed into a place which is not tracked. It might not be a harbor. It might be some other place that we don't even. So considering all those aspects, it's basically important for us to identify, to be having a tool that would allow us to identify the dark ships. So essentially, ships which have their AIS turned off. Now, there are existing tools and technologies for identifying such dark ships. So, for example, Windward is a tool. There's PARS, there's ICE, there's Viz, and then there's obviously Hawkeye 360. Now, Windward basically cannot. So, what most of these particular technologies that we have right now, it essentially uses satellite data, satellite imagery to capture, to basically, it uses satellite imagery to capture the number of vessels in a particular region, and then it correlates that with the AIS data to figure out what kind of um, vessel it is. But we need to go a bit beyond that, right? We need to also be able to identify more than vessels. We also need to identify subsurface vessels as well. uh, Now, there's also a limitation of such kind of satellite imagery, that they are not able to detect any kind of small ships that are there. So if there is something extremely small, the satellite data might not be able to detect that. And we know that small vessels are as dangerous as cargo vessels when it comes to infiltration and any such kind of operations. uh, Bad weather is, of course, a very big disadvantage when we use satellite imagery. Now, again, I'm not trying to point out the flaws in an existing technology, but rather, of course, we do need to appreciate the actual output that is brought out by them. But then we also need to be able to know in what places that would not work as effectively as otherwise. Bad weather can hamper with the images that are taken from the satellite. So if there is a storm, if it's extremely rainy, that would of course hamper with the images that uh, taken by satellite and so on. So what we are so in MRC, what we looked at was a different framework that detects dark ships based upon the noise. So what we did was that now we construct we so using the so we constructed a noise map, which I'll talk about in as we go forward. So the idea is that uh, you deploy a hydrophone, multiple hydrophones around a particular region, and you detect what is the overall noise level in a region, and then you map that on top of the AIS. And so the ships that are present in the vicinity using the AIS data, we map that on top of it. And if there is a mismatch, then we trigger that to be some kind of an anomaly in the particular region. There is an anomaly of dark ship present in the region. To put it a bit more simply, um, imagine if in a room of four people, there is a one person who has an invisibility cloak. Uh, so the moment the person puts on the invisibility cloak, that person is not visible to the naked eye. However, if you record the heat in that particular room, the temperature in that particular room, you'll see that it is equivalent to, let's say, four amount of bodies. However, you can see only three bodies in the room. So this idea works in the same way. A vessel might turn off their AI data, but they won't be able to mask the noise that is generated by that particular vessel when it's moving around. And the idea is, if we have hydrophones deployed in a particular region to detect the noise level and to detect and figure out what is the overall noise in the region, we then map that with the noise that we generate or we simulate based upon the AIS data, and then we compare both of them. And if there is an anomaly of a certain magnitude, uh, for a certain decibels of magnitude, we then uh, fire an alert saying that there may be a possibility of dark ship in that particular region. Um, to construct the AIS, to noise map using AIS data, I'll talk that a bit further. But to complete this particular aspect, so from our results, we can see that in the region, the AIS data is basically what I'm trying to explain here is that we can see that the sensor data. So we did this for the Goa region, and we found that the sensor and placing four different four hydrophone arrays in Goa region, and capturing the noise levels. And we found that there is a discrepancy in the sensor data and the AIS data, which is fine. What we again after that did is that what happens when there is when there is one dark vessel in the region, of course there's not much of a discrepancy between the captured and what we found. However, when there is more than one dark vessel, we can see a significant difference drop in the noise level. That is what we estimate, what is the actual noise level, and what we predict should be there in that particular area. So the discrepancy points out that there is a presence of dark vessel in that particular region, and we are able to identify that. And the solution is also cost effective to some extent. Any questions so far? Now, what I was talking about earlier about constructing the noise map, uh, how do we really go ahead and construct the noise map? So there are two ways. One is the conventional method, which I'll explain. But before that, there's also an advancement that we have done to that, which is use of again AI to estimate the shipping related noise. Yeah, I'll break it down. So to break it down, um, estimating of shipping noise. So back during the Cold War period, there was a acoustician called as Donald Ross, who using a lot of data, he basically created a mathematical model which, based upon the length and the speed of the ship, it estimates the overall noise that is generated by the ship. So again, it's a basic linear mathematical model which gives a one-on-one relation and says that, hey, if you have a length of so much and if your vessel is moving at a speed of so much, then you're estimating a noise level of so much, which is like directly proportional to the speed of the vessel. But as we went, and this now as we moved, of course this happened back in the Cold War period, right? The problem with that approach that we had was that, as I said, using the length and the speed of the vessel, you can determine the noise of the vessel. But what do you guys think would be the inherent problem? Can we use the model that was created in the Cold War period today to estimate the noise levels of noise that is generated by a ship? And if we cannot, then why not? Any guesses? Okay, so there has been a drastic change in the way ships are constructed, the materials that ships are being used, materials that have been used to construct the ships, and of course the dimensions of the ship. Uh, Back in the Cold War, the dimensions were different, and today the dimensions are extremely different, and of course the materials are extremely different, and hence, although the model is good, it's not good enough for us to be relied upon to effectively estimate the noise that is generated by a particular ship. That is problem number one. Uh, to solve that problem, there have been multiple new models that have come up. The best of which, from the research that we did, was a Wittiken model. Wittiken model basically uses a lot of other parameters apart from just length and speed of the ship. Like, for example, the cavitation inception speed. At what point of the speed of the propeller does the cavitation uh, come into picture? So to give a bit more depth into it, when a propeller rotates, there is a point when there is a there's a speed at which there is a cavitation that sets in. So there's a difference in the pressure between what is extremely near that particular rotator versus what is a bit outside in the area. So due to that difference in pressure, the bubbles basically interact and they explode, which is what then creates the noise that we basically consider to be the shipping noise. So what Wittiken model does is that it takes parameters such as the cavitation inception speed, the block coefficient, the mass of the engine, the number of engines, a measure of how rigidly those engines are mounted, because uh, if the mount of the engines is not rigid, that would also create noise, and then of course frequency and so on and so forth. They so question the problem number one has been solved by this particular model, but then there comes an inherent again problem number two. If we are to estimate the noise level of a particular region, and the first part of it would essentially be to estimate the noise level of ships in a particular region, we need to have a system that could dynamically estimate the noise level, that is estimate the instantaneous noise level of a particular region, and that is difficult using the mathematical model that we are seeing, such as the Donald Ross one and the Vatican, uh, primarily because they're linear model. So if it takes 2 seconds to give an output for one sender receiver pair, it's going to take 20 seconds to give an output for 10 sender receiver pairs, because it's essentially a loop which keeps on running for each sender receiver pair. So to solve that problem, and there's one more problem in this new version of it's not a problem per se, but the idea is, uh, in the Vatican model, of course, this is much better than Donald Ross model. But if you see, still the Donald Ross model is widely used as compared to the Vatican model in many places for many estimations. The reason for that is very simple. Information such as the cavitation inception speed, the block coefficient, the engine mass, and number of engines, these kind of information is not dynamically or readily available. AI's data does not give us these kind of information. It would only give us information about what is the, as I said, the speed, the length, and the coordinates of the vessel, and so on, and the type of vessel, and so on and so forth. So to be able to dynamically extract such, so one, you would be needing a huge database which would dynamically within the, and all of this needs to be done in that 5 second window span, right? Because that's when the AIS data keeps on refreshing. That's when that's the interval between each successive AIS data transmission. So uh, within 5 seconds, if I have to form a system which uh, obtains these kind of additional parameters for each vessel, each vessel that I'm looking at, and then uses that mathematical model to estimate the noise level, and then of course then after that give us the output. What we found would be a better approach would be to create an AI model which essentially predicts what is the noise of a ship based simply on the default parameters of what is the length, the draught, and the vessel speed. And of course, the frequency is important, which frequency you want to estimate the noise level for. And this has worked wonderfully for us. And all of this is part of a larger project that we are doing in MRC. But we didn't really go ahead and obtain this AI model as it is. We, of course, had to do some modeling and simulations, and we tried out multiple models. We tried linear regression, decision tree, gradient boosting tree, random forest, neural networks. We tried which couple of models are the best, and then integrated and optimized them. As you can see, there is of course a bit of a you'll always obtain a bit of a drop in accuracy. I wouldn't drop is not the right way to define it, but it wouldn't always it wouldn't there wouldn't be 100 there would never be 100% accurate model which always predicts things correctly. However, what is important here to notice is that what is the difference in the noise levels. So we can see that there are so for more than 98% for more than 50% of the data that we had, and we had, I mean, this was tested for 1062 samples. For more than 1000 more than 50% of the data that we had, the difference is less than 1 dB, and so on. For more than 80% of the vessels that we had, the difference was less than 5 dB, and 98% we did not. So our difference overall was never less than 20, never different than 20 dB. However, that was a rare scenario. Yeah, that's pretty much. Any questions on this one?
We can go ahead, Shri.
Just let me know the way if I'm running a bit out of time. This is a very important and a crucial project that we did. We recently published a paper on this one. That was use of acoustic propagation model. An acoustic propagation model using neural network. This solves the same inherent problem that we have for the tropical littoral waters of the Indian Ocean region. We need to use a parabolic equation based model. That is the equation is basically solved using the Helmholtz equation is basically solved using the parabolic equation based method. So the idea is, again, the problem, if you want to estimate transmission loss, it's a linear time duration approach. However, there is a possibility for us to estimate the same transmission loss, and parabolic equation based model is a huge model that takes into consideration a lot more parameters such as the sound speed, the bathymetry, what is the depth of the water, what is the absorption coefficient in that particular water, what is the state of the sea, whether we are talking about a high state or a low state, and so on and so forth. So what we have created is basically a neural network based model, which essentially when you input just the location of the vessel, it will automatically predict, and this thing basically right now works only for the Indian Ocean region. However, now if you just input the location of the sender and the receiver, it will automatically calculate the transmission loss between them, and it will give them back. It's using a neural network, and it will perform prediction, so it is very efficient and it takes less amount of time. And more importantly, you won't have to feed any parameters to it, such as what is the sound speed. So again, you have to perform a separate computation using Leroy's formula for estimating what is the speed of sound in the region, and so on and so forth. But we have trained the whole model on that kind of a data, and now you just need to put the sender and the receiver location, and it will automatically predict what is the transmission loss that's happening between them. Then it becomes a very easy computation to estimate the noise. Now, as you can see, all of this is moving forward towards one single approach of being able to perform operations dynamically so that we can efficiently use systems in real time. If you want to compute the signal to noise ratio, if you want to estimate what is the signal to noise ratio in multiple regions where we want to perform deployments, uh, being able to dynamically compute the transmission loss, being able to dynamically compute the whole SNR, it's crucial for that. It's crucial to have such kind of frameworks in place. So to compare against the PyRAM model, which is to the best of our knowledge, the current best mathematical model that one can use for estimation of transmission loss in the Indian Ocean region. So you can see a linear. So for this particular graph shows that for 1,000 transmitter receiver pairs, you can see that the total time taken by by the PyRAM model is more than 12 hours. And you can see that the PyRAM also just scales up linearly with the number of pairs. However, for the neural network, we can see near constant time because there is no one equation that it has to run. I mean, unlike PyRAM, which is one equation that it has to run between each sender receiver, this is performing predictions. So there is no one equation that it has to run, and hence, therefore, the amount of time it takes is basically linear. It's basically logarithmic as compared to the linear time taken by the PyRAM model. Okay, all of this that we are talking about kind of is formulating into our one of the most advanced project that we are doing, which is a real-time passive sonar deployment tool, which has three phases, which is vulnerability assessment, effective detection, and effective deployment. Uh, the idea is that uh, if you're deploying a particular device with a passive sonar in it, if it's a vessel, we need to be able to, if it's a submersible or if it's a subsurface vessel, we need to be able to perform vulnerability assessment, which tells us how vulnerable we are. If we are stationed in a particular position, how effective are the signals going to be to reach us in that particular position? So that is what vulnerability assessment comes in. And then effective deployment is the inverse of that, which basically tells us that which, now as I said, there is a so far depth, which is the actual depth in which you get the least amount of transmission loss. So placing a sender at that particular depth and then transmitting a signal would allow us to obtain the best signal strength without any kind of transmission loss. But it's not always an option to obtain that particular so far depth. So uh, in the absence of that, in which depth can we place a particular sonar, a passive sonar or a passive sonar based system that allows us to obtain the least transmission loss and the best signal path that we have? And that's where the effective deployment comes into picture. Now, what we discussed before, as you can see, all of this comes into that. We have the AIS data. We perform error detection and correction using that. Then we have a radiated noise that is generated based on that. Then we construct a spatiotemporal map by considering the acoustic propagation model. Uh, Now, that acoustic propagation model is what will be using the neural network, and the radiated noise that we're generating is what is going to be using the AI model that I told, which essentially predicts the overall noise level of noise of a region, the ship. And then we construct the spatio-temporal map using which we perform the vulnerability assessment and effective deployment. So it essentially gives us exactly in what area, in what depth, what will be the signal to noise ratio, what is the noise level, overall noise level in a particular region, and what are and other factors that affect the deployment, and we obtain uh, the best result that we can. Um, a crucial part of it is one thing that we did not talk about, as I said during dark ship detection, that we would be talking in the remaining slides, is the ambient noise estimation. Now, as I said, estimating ambient noise is essentially, if you have a lot of AIS data, what we do is we divide that complete region into small independent small grids, and then each of those grid is considered to be a receiver. The midpoint of each of those grid is considered to be a receiver, and then within 200-kilometer radius of each of those receiver points, we estimate what are the ships present in that vicinity, and then we consider the impact of those ships on that particular receiver. So if for a particular location there are 10 ships within a vicinity of 200 kilometers, the impact of ship 1 on the receiver is going to be the noise level of ship, and then minus the transmission loss that's going to happen between ship 1 and the receiver. And and then you perform a logarithmic addition of all of that, all of the ships, uh, like that, because the dB values, they get added logarithmically. So performing these operations, and then at the end we perform a linear interpolation, which then joins all of these together and gives us a beautiful map like this. So you can see in this particular map, we have the highest high level of noise is recorded near the south coast, with the ambient noise level. This is for 100 hertz. The ambient noise levels range from 22 dB to highest ranging up to 109 dB, which is a lot. Imagine uh, if there are marine mammals that are present in this region, what is the impact? Imagine if you perform a deployment in this particular region, what kind of a signal strength you're going to be getting as compared to performing deployment just outside here, and so on and so forth. And while this particular thing is a short of an instant noise map, what we developed is essentially an instantaneous noise map which performs dynamically and gives you these kind of noise maps dynamically. To validate our work, we did we did a real recording in the Goa coast region, and you can see that there is hardly any difference between the noise values that we have estimated versus what has been recorded. That is a real recording that is done by the hydrophones that were placed there. The All these recordings have been done in the dB difference of 1 micropascal as compared to 1 micropascal square hertz. Um, just a quick thing on three-dimensional ambient noise map. So converting this into 3D noise map is the current project that we are doing, which and of course that comes with a whole tool set of itself, which I believe has been explained by Sanskar, and of course will be coming up in the upcoming presentation as well. The one last thing I want to talk about is the snapping shrimp mapping. This does not relate to AI. However, it's an important project that we feel to be mentioned as one of the ones that we have done. So snapping shrimps, in the clause that it has, whenever it performs a clap, the cavitation bubble. So again, there's a difference in the pressure that is created. So whenever the clap happens, there's a difference in the pressure that is created inside its clause versus outside in the waters, because of which a cavitation, a bubble, when it hits that particular difference in pressure, it explodes, and a cavitation bubble, when it explodes, it creates a noise level up to 200 decibels, which is more than enough to disrupt any and all kinds of um, um, uh, sonar systems or any other kind of signal-based systems that we have deployed underwater. So if you imagine a submarine that is placed underwater, which is surrounded by snapping shrimps, the sonars that are present, the sound-based systems that are present will not work. Of course, unless we take measures to mitigate that. And more importantly, the littoral waters of the IOR, and because of the temperate factors that we have here, snapping shrimps are prone to both littoral regions as well as the high temperature regions. That's where they thrive. And hence, because of the kind of waters that we have, they're extremely prone to be in our waters, and therefore it affects. So this is the noise that is generating is dominant across a frequency range of 2 kilohertz to 250 kilohertz, which takes in a lot of uh, um, different kinds of vessels and other kind of factors that we have. Um, so what we did was we created a model which this is a mathematical model which, based upon the depth, temperature, that is the sea surface temperature, the salinity of the water, and the type of the seabed, that is essentially what we want to obtain from that is the attenuation that is going to happen for the seabed, and the actual recorded other seabed features such as what is the sediment type and so on and so forth. We created a model, and which basically estimates or predicts what are the regions where the snapping shrimp would basically be presence of snapping shrimp would be there, essentially correlating to the salinity and the temperature of the region, and what is the overall noise level that would be generated in that particular region. So as we can see, the highest noise level reaching up to for us is with wind noise is up to 71 decibels, and without wind noise is up to 70 decibels. And with that, I conclude my presentation. Does anyone have any questions for me to answer? I hope I did not take longer than expected. I would like to hand over it back to Divya.
Thank you, Shridhar.
Thank you.
Hello. So, could you go back to the 3D mapping presentation?
Yeah. Can you see the screen? Yeah.
So we would like to present our. So we are working on this 3D mapping software, and we would like to give a presentation on it, right,
Yeah.
sir?
Yes, yes. Please, I would like to welcome Mr. Anish and the group Sarthak and everyone to kindly give a presentation on the software tool that we are they are working on for this one. Thanks, Anish. Let me stop sharing my screen.
Everyone heard Shridhar sir's presentation. So what we won't take much of your time. We would just like to first of all tell that our college requires us to do a project. So what we have done, we have collaborated with MRC and expanded on uh, expanded on Sanskar's work, who had talked about geospatial mapping, and also we have taken the data from the AIS the automatic identification system, and we have made a software on 3D shipping and radiated noise mapping. So what will we be talking about? We'll just go through the introduction and then the need for mapping, the the function of the model, the technologies that are used, what would be the benefits of our software, and then finally the challenges that we came across. Since all of you have been attending these workshops, you'll definitely must have heard that the ocean that is present on the earth, it comprises more than 70% of the earth's surface. And why it is important, it is because it's not just a source of water, but it is the largest source of oxygen. If you might have known, the various organisms, there's phytoplankton, seaweed, and algae that is present in the ocean, which is contributing to more than 80% of the oxygen that we are breathing. And what is happening is the unplanned or the unscientific human exploration and exploitation is driving many of these species and the creatures to extinction. So that's why we require uh, we require scientific exploration and planning that will help us to reduce and conserve the marine environment. So that's why we worked on developing a software tool basically to investigate and effectively map the acoustic emissions due to shipping. So what is the need of such an application? So the model is based on measurements which is obtained from the vessel, then the AIS data, and the hydroacoustic and geoacoustic information. So we will taking this data available and then also taking in parameters like bathymetry, temperature, salinity, and sediment absorption. Uh, and these will be the input parameters that we insert into the PyRAM model, which Shridhar sir had told about. And then uh, we will basically using these parameters, we'll be making a 2D, then moving on to a 3D mapping of noise transmission. And also you can see this 3D map, what it is capable of displaying the variation of sound with various depths along with the surface variation of the sound. So what this is doing, it is, since we are having an extra dimension, it's a 3 dimension. So it is better than the 2D model, which is already available. Then the function. So this model is based on measurements obtained from the vessel and the AIS data, right? And what it is doing, it is calculating the transmission loss. And this transmission loss will help us to, to calculate the propagation which is required for bigger vessels and ships to navigate in a more accurate and precise way. So here's the software block diagram. You can see these are the parameters. I would like to hand over this to Sarthak to explain and go into the details of the software.
So, hello. So, for the creation of the noise map, we need to first calculate the transmission losses. And for understanding what causes the transmission losses, we need to take into consideration some parameters. So, what are those parameters? So, bathymetry. Bathymetry refers to the change in the underwater terrain with respect to the sea level. It could be understood as submarine topography or underwater terrain. Temperature and salinity. So, underwater currents that flow into the ocean uh, are typically caused due to different densities, uh, which are directly caused due to differences between the temperature and salinity of water. And sedimentation. Sediments also affect the propagation of sound underwater. Sediments may occur due to biological factors or the sediments that could wash from the uh, beaches. And transmission losses. So for calculating the transmission losses, as Sridhar sir said, we are, instead of a mathematical model, we are taking use of a AI model, which would fasten up the process. So basically, we are using it to converting the process from a big O of n time complexity to a log n complexity, and the 3D noise map, which would tell us the change in the intensity of the noise as depth varies. So as any good software, it has to be easily accessible. So we are planning to deploy it on the cloud. We would use the Amazon Simple Storage Service, and we would create a Lambda functions which would trigger whenever a user makes a request to our software. Software tools and technologies used. So Sanskar basically worked with the data that was obtained through AIS, GIS, AUV. And for mapping, we had referred the QGIS software. And for making it user friendly, instead of the user, we could give the user an option to specify the region he or she wants to select. We have used HTML, CSS, JavaScript. And for the backend, we have primarily used Node.js. And for the Python scripts are mostly dependent on C1 library. And for deployment, we are using Heroku platform and AWS. And for converting our web application into a desktop application, we are using Electron.js. I would now hand over the mic to Anish.
So I would just like to draw your attention to this slide. So why we are basically taking all the data, right? And we are using we are generating a tool from that. And the tool would be wrapped up in a very nice software package, which is using GUI, which is graphical user interface. So initially, what we thought, we would make the users type in latitude, longitude, but that is not very intuitive and not very user friendly. So instead, what we have done, we simply drag the mouse or whatever device you are using. We will select that area in the Indian Ocean region. You look at the picture in the bottom right. So by selecting that area, once you do that, so the tool automatically generates that output. So you can see in that selected area, we are giving all the parameters, and basically this heat map is built up layer by layer, which is giving you that additional dimension of depth. Hence, it is a 3D model. Now, the benefits of this tool are it is uploaded in the cloud. So what I mean by that is we are using Amazon service AWS, which is basically we are able to unload the computational capacity and also the storage onto through the virtual servers. So this will make it easy for us and reduce our computational capacity. So we don't have to, constantly, use our, we don't need to use our hardware. It'll simply be deployed in the cloud and they will do all the, backend work for us. So, and it will also be accessible across all the devices. So you can use it on your Android, Apple, even on your PCs. So, and of course, I talked about the point of easy to use and intuitive GUI. It eliminates the need for typing in the data. So some of the challenges that we faced So one big challenge that we had faced was that in the project, all the data which we are using, the AIs, it may not be the entire data which is present in the ocean. It has many other contributing factors of noises. So these noises can be natural as well as man-made noises. So way ahead would be to include all these anthropogenic noises and create a map which would be extremely accurate. With the daily breakthrough of advancements and technologies, efforts must be made to update the procedure for development of such a 3D model. And this innovations may range from the field of data collection to finding a better implementation of the AS system. So, and also while we are deploying it, so we are using the technological framework of Amazon, AWS. But this puts a limit to our freedom. Since it is a software as a service model, we do not have the say in, let's say, customization or personalization, because that is, Amazon is dictating the terms of, for now, how we deploy it in the cloud. But later on, of course, we will try to use our own server, and then it'll be even more fully personalized and even more accustomed to our needs. So this is a very good quote. Marine spatial planning is not just about the mapping. It's about balancing and competing demands for the ocean space and resources, and ensuring sustainable use for future generations. Now, I would just like to demonstrate the software which we have made. Right, so this is right now just the window of one of the screens that we are having in our software. So if we press on use tool, so as you can see, this is the input that we will be giving. So if you observe the text fields, currently it is showing the latitude and longitude coordinates of the entire space which we have. But so if you look at the selected regions now, the latitude longitude has changed. So this would be the area which it will compute the noise for. Now, if I change that, see the coordinates are updating, and you can also do the reverse. You can input those coordinates according to your data in those fields, and it will show you it will generate the map for you. Okay, I must apologize. I'm not able to show you another the output basically. So you must have seen in that presentation itself. So the output window. Next slide. Next slide. This would be the final output screen which we will show once we are selecting that region. So that's it for our project. We are still working on it. We also rely on my other teammates, Sanskar, and I request Shridhar sir's also backend support to finish this. Once we finish, we'll definitely make sure you all see the completed project as well. So for now, what our idea was about this, and this is what we have worked on for so far. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Anish and team, for your detailed presentation. With this, we will call it a day for today. It's wonderful to see that we're ending today's day on such a high note. And with a day full of such informative sessions, I really hope that we all are taking away something. With that being said, thank you so much for joining us today. We are looking forward on seeing all of you all tomorrow for our last and final day of the second workshop. Once again, please be on time and hope you have a great day ahead as well. Thank you.